went down at the bottom, but I'll get a new one. Come back with a hope that you started, 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 that you started. I'll stop the whole world. 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 I'll survive without you, boy. I'll stop the whole world. 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 I'm only human. I've got a skeleton in me, but I'm not the villain. Despite what you're always preaching, call me a traitor. I'm just collecting your victims, and they're getting stronger. I hear them calling. I'll stop the whole world. I'll stop the. I'll stop.
Doesn't see what your purpose is, and he don't know that you're perfect, babe. So wipe the tears away from your face. So wipe the tears away from your face.
Okay. How is it now? It says unstable for me. I'm not sure why. What's up, Luna? Hi, Synth. How you doing? It should be in the bio. It's actually pinned right there, Luna. You can join the Discord, and then I'm in there. I'm in the server. It's Cyber Catnip.
Late at night, when shadows play, darling, in the whispers of the rain, fly high underneath the starlit skies. You and I will find our rise ever high. In the silence, you're my voice so clear. When the world gets too much noise, you're near. Let's escape where dreams on fire. Bright star in a secret place. We are who we are. Chasing light where darkness ends. Hand in hand around the bends. We'll transcend. In the silence, you're my voice so clear. When the world is in love where darkness ends. Hand in hand around the bends, we'll transcend. In the silence, your love hold me tight, just us. In the moonlit quiet night, no fuss. With every breath a promise made, softly laid. In the serenade we prayed unswayed. In the silence, your love voice so clear.
I don't check my Discord like that while I'm on stream, Luna.
Noise you're near. Chaos fills its
I check it when I check it. I'm not like available on demand for like private messaging while I'm streaming.
so high. Moonlit paths we choose to walk. No talk, just the sun shining bright in the summer light. Feeling the rhythm, taking flight. Baseline drops, feel it in your chest. Liquid drum and bass, the very best. Heart pounding fast as we move together, lost in the music. This moment lasts forever. Melodic beats playing in our souls. A euphoric journey out of control. Lightning drums like a thunderstorm. Energy rising.
Yo, Luna. No. I literally just told you I'm not available for like on-demand private messaging while I'm live. I'm setting stuff up.
Y'all, the apocalypse is here again, allegedly. Maybe. Also this time, not on YouTube, but instead it has to deal with everything that's happening over on Twitch right now. And actually, where we'll start with this is the update to Twitch's hateful conduct policy that happened over the weekend, with them saying in a blog post starting today, using the term Zionist to attack or demean another individual or group of people on the basis of their background or religious belief is against our rules. With Twitch going on to clarify that referring to the Zionist political movement in either a positive or negative way, that won't get anyone dinged, but their goal is to, quote, prevent coded hate directed at individuals and groups of people. Which, I mean, just that by itself, that stoked its own set of reactions and controversy. But then, the second half of this story is you have a lot of streamers saying they've noticed some major drops in their ad revenue. I mean, we're talking reports of drops as high as 95%.
I average about $100 to $200 a day in ad revenue, right? 5 days a week, you're talking about $600-700 a week. You're talking about $2,800 a month, $3,000 a month. I make about $8,000 a month on average, and sometimes 9, right? So it's about 40% of my, sometimes 50% of my income. I'm averaging $15. $15 in ad revenue.
And so seemingly with people's wallets getting hit, this sparked a lot of conversation from some of the big names in the streaming world. And a number asking or hitting on why is this happening in the first place? With, for example, the likes of Ludwig talking about Asmongold.
The genesis of this, as far as I can tell, is when Asmon got banned off of Twitch. Because you see, Asmon got banned after making some comments about Palestinian people, some very negative comments about Palestinian people. He got banned off of Twitch. And this sort of caused a domino effect where people are like, okay, you ban Asmon for saying this thing about Palestinian people, but, what about this person saying this thing about this people?
For example, he mentions Frogan, who said on stream that she hoped American soldiers got PTSD from their service. And this also after she co-hosted a TwitchCon event that a lot of people believe was anti-Semitic. Though there, I think it's important to know, because we're dealing with such a polarizing topic, you also had a lot of people who didn't see anything wrong with that event. But either way, you have Ludwig saying that people started sending emails to advertisers by the thousands, with them pointing out times that their ads ran near or within segments people thought were anti-Semitic.
It was a attempt at creating an adpocalypse. Attempt very successful.
And while Frogan was later banned, you still had a lot of people thinking that Twitch really dragged their feet there. And this also is notably a lot of people got really mad at Ludwig because he didn't call out Hassan Piker, who people have pointed out as a friend of Ludwig and who many have blamed at least in part for this whole mess. So people saying things like, this is worse than just skimming some tweets to find the news about what happened with the situation. You are literally intentionally leaving things out. And actually, having been named earlier, Asmongold agreed that Hassan definitely played a part here.
Hassan clearly is like one of the biggest proponents of this. I would say he is the biggest proponent to a lot of the contention around the, quote, adpocalypse. He's the main reason why this is, like 90% of the examples that are being used are him. Like, or maybe not 90, it might be 80, 70%, but it's like the majority of all examples on the entire platform are all Hassan. So yeah, very clearly this is the reason why it's happening. Now, you can say that it's unfair, but that's fine. That's okay. But you can't say it's not happening, or that's not the reason.
And he also doubled down on that in his response to Ludwig's video, saying,
a lot of this is because a lot of people just don't like Hassan. You know it, I know it, everybody knows it. Hassan has said a number of things.
And it's specifically the people leading this thing that don't like him, like a lot. They hate him for whatever fucking reason. Like, if Hassan sneezes, they will just like jump down his throat, or anyone who supports him. It's pretty ridiculous and insane. And I like firsthand experience the wrath of people who think you might support Hassan and how aggressive they can be on that. So yeah, man.
Over the years that sound really bad. I don't want to get into a big debate about whether they are bad or who was right, but we can all acknowledge that there's a lot of people that didn't like them. Okay? A lot of people didn't like them. And people are using all of these examples to try to get advertisers to leave. That's the reason why. That's the main reason. So my situation might have made this bigger than it already was, but this was already happening before I even had any of, I never got suspended. I didn't have anything to do with this.
Ethan Klein also jumping back into the mix, calling Ludwig out, saying he's sweeping this anti-Semitism issue under the rug.
Ludwig, why did you even bother to make this video? You know what I mean? Just, you don't have to talk about it if you're too cowardly to explain it.
Or with Ethan bringing up when Hassan earlier this year interviewed a pro-Houthi Yemeni pirate, also criticizing Ludwig for how he talked about the Frogan incidents.
This level of anti-Semitism is platformed on a main stage of TwitchCon in front of these sponsors. I mean, what the do you expect, man? Don't
Alright, but
blame the
how is
people.
I don't understand. The hummus thing. I don't know.
Sending emails. Blame Dan Clancy
It's kind of a
and his
reach.
team of morons that did nothing to shield their ecosystem from this. Especially considering they had so much time to learn from what happened to YouTube. Pure incompetence.
And while this blame game thing has gotten a lot of attention, there are also others saying that this adpocalypse part of the situation, that it's actually wildly overblown. With us now seeing some streamers outside of the political space saying that their revenue has not been impacted. And specifically some like Stock Guy pointing out that once he removed politics related tags, his revenue jumped way up again. With then the likes of Hassan sharing that clip on Twitter and adding, this doesn't mean there isn't a concerted brigade effort cynically mass spamming emails to advertisers urging them to pull ads. There very clearly is one. And so ultimately we find ourselves in a situation where seemingly there has not been a full-blown adpocalypse, but that is allegedly not due to lack of people trying, nor does it mean that there won't be one forthcoming, especially as this topic gains more and more attention and creators are pointing the finger at one another. It's all incredibly messy, and I will say though it has been extra interesting since as of a week and a half ago, we started streaming over on Twitch as well in the mornings. It's definitely a different world there. I will say also, in addition to your Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday Philip DeFranco show, I'll be streaming there every morning, at least for this week. So yeah, at 10:30 Eastern, come by twitch.tv/DeFranco Live. But yeah, with all that said, going back to the story, what are your thoughts here? But then, holy hell, do we have some international news today. Because Biden has now given permission to Ukraine to attack deep inside Russia with US-supplied long-range missiles, and this is a massive shift in policy. Right, Biden technically eased some restrictions on Ukraine's use of American weapons after Russia opened a new front in the war back in May. But he only allowed the use of something called the High Mobility Artillery Rocket System, or HIMARS, which notably has a range of about 50 miles against Russian forces directly across the border. But this time, Ukraine has permission to use the Army Tactical Missile System, or ATACMS, which has a range of about 190 miles. Though I will say, that said, we're not exactly sure what kind of conditions are attached. But in any case, Biden's decision is reportedly a direct response to Russia bringing North Korean troops into the fight. Because as we've talked about before, at least 10,000 North Korean troops are now believed to be in Russia's Kursk region. And those may actually be part of a force of as many as 50,000 soldiers working to take back the territory in this region that Ukraine seized back in August. And so with all that, the Ukrainians could use the ATACMS to not only strike those Russian and North Korean troops, but also target military equipment, logistics infrastructure, ammunition depots, and supply lines deep inside Russia. But ultimately, no one's really expecting this to fundamentally change the course of the war, at least directly on the ground. Right? Instead, you have American officials saying that one goal is to send a message to North Korea that their troops are vulnerable and that they shouldn't send more of them. And then, of course, this could also have an impact on where things are when Trump gets back into office. Right? With US aid in jeopardy, even Zelensky is now saying that he wants to end the war by diplomatic means next year. But until then, right, everything that happens on the ground is going to affect what that looks like. Right? And so the Ukrainians might hope that they'd be able to trade any Russian territory they hold in Kursk for Ukrainian territory held by Russia. But of course, right, if Russia succeeds in taking Kursk back, then Ukraine could end up with nothing to trade at all. But then also, with everything at play here, you have some worried that this could backfire. And reportedly there, even Biden's advisors have been divided on the issue, with some apparently worrying that this could cause Putin to retaliate against not just Ukraine, but its allies. In fact, a recent US intelligence assessment said that Russia would be likely to retaliate with force against the US and its coalition partners if Ukraine was granted permission to carry out long-range strikes. And specifically, they're warning that Russia might step up acts of arson and sabotage targeting facilities in Europe to potentially lethal attacks on American and European military bases. And then actually, with that, you have the Kremlin's spokesperson saying, this decision is reckless, dangerous, aimed at a qualitative change, a qualitative increase in the level of involvement of the United States in this conflict. Though also, notably there, we've seen this kind of rhetoric from Russia for a long time now. Also, that intelligence assessment I mentioned, that was before North Korean troops really came into the equation, which has been considered a major escalation on Russia's part. And so that may have sort of changed the cost-benefit analysis in general. Also, even before Biden's decision, Russia had already been stepping up its sabotage campaign in Europe and planning and carrying out lethal attacks on foreign soil. Right, so the other side of the argument is that Putin will just keep getting more and more aggressive if he's not challenged. And very notably Sadly, that's often been the position of officials in states bordering Russia or otherwise in its old sphere of influence, right? Folks who arguably have the most to fear from escalation. But ultimately, that is where we are right now. And in the meantime, of course, I'd love to know your thoughts here. But then, taking a quick break from the news, how many of you have kicked off 2024 promising to finally turn a passion project into profit, launch a business or a lucrative side hustle or hobby? Because for me, I've been wanting to launch a book club for years, and that procrastination recently ended thanks to my today with a free trial at squarespace.com/Phil or scan the QR code on screen. And don't forget to use code Phil for 10% off when you're ready to launch. That's squarespace.com/Phil. But then, in really interesting news you've probably not heard about, hundreds of miners in South Africa right now have been holed up underground for months, and they may be dying of hunger and thirst. But also, no, right, this is not a cave-in story. Instead, this is because reportedly police have been blocking the exits and denying them food and water. And their reason for doing this is that those miners have apparently been working down there illegally. So what we're seeing is the South African government doing everything they can to force them out and arrest them as part of a nationwide crackdown on illegal mining. With some here, of course, saying that this is going way too far. But also, to really make sense of any of this, we got to go back a bit. Because you probably are aware of or could imagine, mining has a long, dark history in South Africa. In fact, it was once the largest gold-producing nation in the world, but eventually a lot of those mines became unprofitable and they were just left behind. In fact, it's estimated that there are around 6,000 abandoned mines in the country today, except they're also not really abandoned. Instead, what's actually happened is that many have just become part of a massive black market mining industry, which really shouldn't be shocking, with extreme poverty and skyrocketing unemployment driving out-of-work miners and migrants to work in them. In fact, overall, there are estimated to be between 30,000 and 100,000 unlicensed miners in the country. And notably, they sometimes remain underground for weeks at a time, often setting up illegal electricity and water supply systems. And so then with that, organized crime has become involved as well, with experts saying that violence often seeps into surrounding communities, also creating a secondary market for food, alcohol, and sex work. With one local, for example, telling the Washington Post that the sound of gunfire as rival groups fight over territory sometimes keeps her awake at night. And this is, of course, one, there are already the traditional dangers of mining, but also two, it's made worse by the lack of regulation. Like last year, for example, 31 people died in a gas explosion in an unused mine, and then a gas leak linked to illegal mining killed more than a dozen just a few months later. But then not long after those incidents, the government initiating a massive crackdown on illegal mining in the country. And what we've seen since then is many of the thousands arrested through the operation being deported and some being charged criminally. And a key thing with all this is that the state's heavy-handed tactics have drawn criticism. We're seeing things like on November 2nd, South African police saying that 225 miners have been drawn out of one mine as a result of starvation and dehydration. Right after authorities had blocked routes into the mines, authorities also blocking local community members from delivering food parcels, water, and necessities to the mine shafts. And so now they've just been using the tactic again, just on a much bigger scale. Right, specifically at this former gold mining site about 90 miles west of Johannesburg, with us already seeing more than 1,000 miners already emerging and being arrested. Though officials say that there are still between 350 and 400 miners still down there. Though also, we really don't know how sure we are about those numbers. And that's because community members, as well as some miners who have been hauled up, say that it's actually up to 4,000 people that are trapped. And there are reports coming out that the miners have been eating vinegar and toothpaste to try to survive while underground. And it's feared that their health could be deteriorating and they may be too weak and frail to leave the mine by themselves. But all of this is the South African government has insisted that they will stay the course. With one minister, for example, saying, "We are not sending help to criminals. We are going to smoke them out. Criminals are not to be helped. They are to be persecuted." With then, a day after that quote, a decomposing body being brought to the surface. And so now we've seen a South African court ordering police to end the standoff, saying that emergency workers should be allowed in and the miners should be allowed to exit. And so we have seen some aid being allowed in, but the South African Police Service says that the ruling doesn't prevent the detention of illegal miners who are in good health. Writing on Facebook, all those who resurface will continue to be assessed by emergency medical personnel on site. Those that are in good health will be processed and detained. Those that require further medical care will be taken to hospital under police guard. For now, we're gonna have to wait to see how all this is gonna play out. Then, in huge online controversy and drama news, let's talk about MrBeast, Dogpack404, and a creator by the name of Soggy Cereal. And for those uninitiated to this whole situation, Dogpack is a former MrBeast employee who previously posted videos accusing MrBeast of essentially being a fraud and laying out tons of alleged wrongdoings. But now you've got Soggy Cereal claiming that Dogpack is the one who's actually a fraud. And he hits on a number of things. He goes very in detail on a number of things. It's part of the reason he put out a nearly 90-minute long video, which one means I'm not going to be hitting on every single thing that he talks about in that video, and two, I'll link to the video and and after today's show, if you're interested in this, I highly recommend you watch the whole video. And that's because this is not always the case, but this is a dense 90 minutes. And it makes sense that it's that long because there are so many claims, and then he talks about a number of things, some that we're going to touch on. But going through some of the highlights, right? The video starts off with Soggy addressing claims that MrBeast knowingly hired a registered sex offender by the name of Delaware, because that was something that Dogpack talked about, as well as Jake Weddle. But according to Soggy, MrBeast didn't know that Delaware had this history, and Soggy accused Dogpack of using misleading framing to make MrBeast out to be the bad guy doing something intentionally wrong when he was really just unaware. With Soggy actually speaking to another MrBeast employee who said that at the time, MrBeast just needed more staff, so he went to a Best Buy and just asked employees there if they wanted to work for him, and
naively thinking that a multi-billion-dollar company would have at least made sure to not hire criminals and especially to not hire a registered sex offender as store manager. 19-year-old MrBeast didn't do background checks. Was that stupid? Yes. Is Delaware a piece of shit? Yes. Should Jimmy take responsibility for making that mistake? Yes. But it wasn't this f***ed up master plan by Jimmy to intentionally hire an RSO. It was a dumb mistake by an inexperienced adolescent starting up a business.
though it is worth noting that previously Delaware's brother-in-law did say that Delaware told MrBeast about his situation, meaning MrBeast would have known upon hiring him, so Soggy's claim does clash with that. With Soggy also saying that Delaware does not work for MrBeast anymore and has not for several years, with him then accusing Dogpack and his crew of recording another former employee without their consent, so Dogpack could use their words to fit his narrative about Delaware and other allegations against MrBeast, with his former employee allegedly having no clue that he was being recorded and saying he didn't intend for his words to even be taken too seriously.
We're just shooting this and, you know, we're just gossiping a lot, catching up on, you know, the current drama. I don't think any of the stuff that we were talking about really had any facts or like evidence. To say that I felt tricked or used is an understatement.
With that employee then going on to say that he felt emotionally and financially damaged by being filmed like this and being used in this way. Soggy also brought up the video Dogpack did with Rosanna Pansino, where they said Ava Tyson put alleged CP in a company chat, with instead us learning that the photo in question was not CP and instead was an 18-year-old Ivanka Trump modeling for GQ, which probably sounds familiar because we covered that situation a few weeks ago with people calling Dogpack and Rosanna out since Rosanna reported MrBeast's company to the FBI over this. Also, a thing to be pointed out with this is that Soggy Serial actually made it clear around halfway through the video that he wasn't making this to kind of be MrBeast's defense attorney. Right? He even ends the video with criticisms of MrBeast. And in this, he just says he thinks that someone needs to address the allegations Dogpack made, accusing Dogpack of willingly and repeatedly leaving crucial information out of his video so that he could push his agenda.
Also, me disproving cheap attempts at slander from this guy doesn't mean I'm defending this guy. My opinion, blindly taking either side should be heavily frowned upon because there are some very questionable and up decisions MrBeast has made that he needs to be held accountable for. And I'll get to that. However, to effectively criticize him, help genuine victims, and hold him morally and legally accountable, we must first clear the table of all of the lies that have been spread by Dawson French, aka Dogpack 404. Dogpack doesn't give a shit about who or what he uses or whose life he ruins just to push his own narrative, and it's disgusting.
Also, another big moment from this whole video is audio of Dogpack seemingly being fired and begging for his job, with many saying, you know, if he was so desperate to keep that job, he apparently didn't have any real issues with MrBeast and what he was doing, and that he was only upset now that he was on the outside.
I'm a lawyer, I'm our COO. Part of my job is that you're pushing back on everything that we're saying. So what
Well, because you're trying to fire me, and I want to work at this company.
I'm the CEO of this company. If I'm talking, don't interrupt me. And I'm telling you this is what's happening, and you're telling me that I'm wrong. I am not wrong. I've made the decision. I'm here. We will take care of.
I appreciate that. Can I please have a second chance?
It's not.
Just, if I'm getting paid, just let me come in and let me try to be coachable. If Hoodie changes his mind, can I? And I've been trying to get to this point of working on MrBeast for a long time.
Also, you had Soggy speaking to other employees who said the Dogpack was odd and even combative and hard to work with while he was at MrBeast. One even saying,
not just to see people slander the work that you've done, but to know that it's lies and misinformation will make anybody speak up.
With him saying that because notably, Dogpack repeatedly alleged that a lot of elements of MrBeast's videos were fake or fraudulent or rigged in some way. And you had Soggy arguing that a lot of the times that Dogpack suggested that something shady was happening behind the scenes, it was really just related to a safety measure. Like one example was Dogpack being mad that MrBeast staffers were contestants in a video, but in reality, they were apparently just subbing in for some of the randomly selected ones after they tested positive for COVID and could no longer compete. With Soggy also saying,
same with this video, where a safety team forced the MrBeast crew off of their raft in the 7-day stranded at sea video for about an hour because of this dangerous lightning storm. Wait, what was it you said again?
You can clearly see there's no one in the shelter. These are their empty beds. But you didn't spend the night soaked, Jimmy. You slept on the production yacht.
Oh yeah. You lied about them allegedly sleeping on a luxurious production yacht. No, they were forced to stay on a rusty barge for about an hour for their own safety.
Soggy also went on to address some of Dogpack's allegations that MrBeast ran illegal lotteries, and there he touched on 3 lotteries and claimed that 2 of them played by the rules and were not illegal, but he did also claim that one of them did not come with certain disclaimers and therefore could be illegal.
There was no purchase necessary in the description, no mention of it at all. Yeah, it was illegal. And personally, Jimmy has to own up for it.
With him going on to say that maybe it was an accident or a careless mistake, but either way, that if it was illegal, he should own up to it. You also had Soggy claiming that Dogpack still defends video ideas that he had while working at MrBeast that allegedly creeped out his coworkers at the time, or with this including one that would have been about buying 1,000 boobs, which he said was for breast cancer awareness.
Maybe not the most professional way to phrase it, you know, it's a little clickbaity or whatever, but like the actual video is supposed to be paying for vasectomies and cosmetic surgeries for breast cancer survivors.
That's amazing. That's wonderful.
With a thumbnail and title like these? Oh, wait. If this wasn't supposed to be creepy or weird, then why did you make sure to blur the title and thumbnail when showing it on screen? Don't be shy. I still got the sharp version.
Or with Soggy claiming that Dogpack intentionally censored the image so it wouldn't look like he had creepy ideas or was trying to objectify the women in the thumbnail. You also had Soggy alleging that Dogpack had other ideas that employees didn't like, including a MrBeast does every drug challenge. With Soggy then arguing that these ideas are especially wild for him to give when Dogpack was repeatedly bringing up how young MrBeast fans were.
Also, didn't you say that MrBeast is mainly targeted toward kids?
Encouraging like almost children simping for these people. Now, MrBeast intentionally manipulates these children's vulnerable minds for
What happened to that claim?
But then, where I'll close this whole topic today is about the alleged consequences of Dogpack's videos. Because in the video, Soggy talks to an employee who claimed that there has been some serious fallout.
We're doing a video where we're trying to help people walking.
Yeah, I know about that. Yeah.
Actively, partners have pulled out because of these videos. There are people who will not walk or will have to delay in them walking because of the videos that Dogpack made.
But ultimately, that is where we are, at least specifically with this. Again, it was an about 90-minute video. It's very dense. I'm going to link to it if you want to take the full deep dive. Though, to really take the deep dive, you then have to also watch another video. And that because CoffeeZilla dropped a 25-minute video looking into MrBeast and all his kind of crypto stuff, which honestly doesn't look that great for MrBeast. But that is where your Monday evening, Tuesday morning dive into the news is going to end. But I'll also close today with a friendly reminder, you can get filled in 2 times a day this week. First, in the morning over at twitch.tv/DeFranco Live at 10:30 Eastern, and or right back here on YouTube at 5 to 6 p.m. Eastern. But yeah,
Is this too us friendly? It's on YouTube. Just in case. It's pretty spicy.
Jinx? Oh, you want a villain? Let me show you how I evil. Oh, you think I'm difficult? I'll show you on my TV. Sharpshooter, lethal, top of fortune like an eagle. Welcome all your whistles, I'm a machine. Diesel. Crush, gotta crush you all beneath me. You bitches on my cut. You drooling for a squeaky. Squash you like a bug. Battlefield greasy, my nails into your peach. Dead dog, you see, like wow. Ain't the town blue, raids all around you.
Yo, what's up, Tim? Welcome home. Hope you're having a great day. Thank you, Sonic. I appreciate that. Being with people sucks. They're either good or bad. Holy crap. I can't believe MrBeast turned out to be a bad person. I think it's a lot more nuanced than that. I think humans are flawed. Very flawed. In general. What do you do for work, Tim? Oh my gosh, my affiliate anniversary is this month. I think it's on the 30th. I've been an affiliate on this account since November 30th of 2017. On my Twitch account, at least. You're a barista. Nice. That's cool. Welcome to the playground of me. Nightmares and fantasies. Welcome to the playground.
Welcome to the wasteland. Me and my people don't shake hands. We just swallow souls and slime foes like snakes dance. And we won't stop till you got wrinkles and gray strands. So I hope you coming up with a decent escape plan. 'Cause once you down here, it's like ain't nobody heard you. I could take your life and I don't even have to murder you. I could kill a bird or two, one stone. Please let me get my gun drawn. Please let me get my cuss on. And you better get your hush on. So what you say now? Don't waste my time. 'Cause on this playground, it ain't no slides. Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I will sell you a dream. Welcome to the playground. Look at my shadow, I be hunting like a ghost. Vision dire legend, this is all the way I flow. Taking all the shots, down the free throws. Baseball, double takers, turn them all to stone. And shout out to the born, 내가 내 갚을 때면 Now leave you begging for more. 뱃속에 피는 껴넣어 문을 여는 순간 더 이상 게임은 없어. 별다른 해답은 넌 처음 맛보는 광경. Try me, I dare you to try me. Took me long but I'll be coming down like lightning. Taking back what's mine. It was a matter of time. If you wanna come play, you gotta start with me. And the monsters in my head, in my head. I got blood on my hands, and you're my revenge. And you push me to the edge, the edge.
What's up, Aether? How's your day going?
Llegamos con el combo ready pa' hacerles una avería. Cuidado que tengo mecha corta y puede que te explote la encía. Prendo fuego y te quemo toda la mercancía. Mejor pedir perdón que pedir permiso, mal improviso. Y a toda esta gente le doy contra el piso si quiere. Me dispersa, les tengo un aviso.
Good to hear, good to hear.
Que dispare y preciso. Try me, I dare you to try me. Took me long but I'm here. Coming down like lightning. Taking back what's mine. It was a matter of time. If you wanna come,
Used to look for the worst, running circles in my mind, out of breath before I tried. You're the love I deserved, and you made
Built like a brick shit house? You love it? Wait, what? Is it a compliment or an insult? Sounds more like an insult.
I walk
Said you won't forget my love. Not today, not tomorrow. Cause it's fake, feeling slow.
It's all good, Ether. What episode are you on, Kellogg? I think I watched episode 4 last night.
You can't keep me down. I don't feel your tyranny. I don't feel your loud. The safety in these sounds. You can't hold us down. Ready for this now. I'm ready for this now. And I'm so sick, sick, sick. Hit my brain, brain, brain. You cannot help this. You cannot control all my thoughts. And I'm so sick, sick, sick. Hit my brain, brain, brain. You cannot help this. keep me down. I don't feel your tyranny. I don't feel you loud. The safety in these sounds. You can't hold us down. Let it for us now. I bet it for us now. Hitting down so sick, sick, sick. Hitting my brain, brain, brain. You cannot have this. You cannot control all my thoughts. And I'm so sick, sick, sick. Hitting my brain, brain, brain. You cannot have this. You cannot control all my thoughts. And I'm so
It's pouring in, the way I'm pouring in. One knock on the door, never go low. How strong it is, you can't win if the white flags out when the war begins. Aiming so high, it's raining so low. Trying to catch fire, feeling so cold. Hold it inside and hope it won't show. I'm saying it's not, but inside I know.
Anything, just to feel something, just to feel something. Yeah, I give everything, everything, just to feel something, just to feel something.
Do I make my own music? Yeah, but I haven't released a lot of it. Sure, I'll get that. Yeah, no worries. No, I appreciate you. Goblet squats? I don't think so. I haven't heard of them. Hey, thanks.
To your peppered words, give me some place to point my gun. Drive pressure to where it hurts. Wake me up in a world where we can be strangers. And I am free from your tiring ways. I need to catch my breath, but I'm lost when your back is turned. Give me something to believe in, but how my heart beats stronger when you're seconds away from. When you're seconds away from. When you're seconds away from me. When you're seconds away from me. you're seconds away from, and how my heartstrings flutter. When you're seconds away from, but how my heart beats stronger. When you're seconds away from, when you're seconds away from, when you're seconds away from me. Away from me.
Hey, thank you so much for reaching the end of this video. I hope that you enjoyed. You can listen to my remix on Paint the Town Blue here on YouTube or on SoundCloud. And I also want to say a huge thank you to my patrons because you're helping me to continue making music. If you like
This
my
is
videos,
that
you
the
can
link to
share
that
it
mix
with
if you guys
someone
want to
that
check her
might
out.
like it as well.
She
And
did great.
just leave a comment below. So
She's
I hope
only
to see
got
you soon.
46 views.
Bye.
Definitely go check her out.
Changed my mind and I want to. I went to sleep and I woke up dead, but I changed my mind and I want to. I went to sleep and I woke up dead, but I changed my mind and I want to. I went to sleep and I woke up dead, but I changed my mind and I want to.
But I want to. Went to sleep and I woke up dead and I changed my mind and I want to. I woke up dead and changed my mind and I want to. Went to sleep and woke up dead and changed my mind and I want to. Sleep and I woke up dead and changed my mind and I want to.
I went to sleep and I woke up dead, but I changed my mind and I want to. I went to sleep and I woke up dead, but I changed my mind and I want to. I went to sleep and I woke up dead, but I changed my mind and I want to. I went to sleep and I woke up dead, but I changed my mind and I want to. I went to sleep and I woke up dead, but I changed.
All right, I gotta pee, guys. I'll be back.
I ain't even sure it's mine, but I'm gonna let it be. No instructions to the shit, so I add another piece. Playing ladies with my life, I'm trying to build a dream. I'm riding with the heart up on my sleeve. I ain't even sure it's mine, but I'm gonna let it be. No instructions to the shit, so I add another piece. Playing ladies with my life, I'm trying to build a dream. I'm riding with the heart up on my sleeve. I ain't even sure it's mine, but I'm gonna let it
after money. Leave me here, I'll be fine. I'll wait for the stars to align. 'Cause oh, how the other half live with their perfect skin. And oh, how I'll never be just like them. So I'm waiting for the afterlife to show me a good time, baby. Somebody save me. I just wanna be loved. I'm waiting for the afterlife to show me a good time, baby. Somebody save me. I just wanna be loved. I'm waiting for the afterlife to show me a good time, baby. Somebody save me. I just wanna be loved. I'm waiting for the afterlife to show me a good time, baby. Somebody save me. I just wanna be loved. We're still young, but we got older. We don't believe everything that we're told, yeah. We just wanna love, we just wanna be loved. We're still young, but we got older. We don't believe everything that we're told, yeah. We just wanna love, we just wanna be loved. So I'm waiting for the afterlife to show me a good time, baby. Somebody save me. I just wanna be loved. I'm waiting for the afterlife to show me a good time, baby. Somebody save me. I just wanna be loved. pressure's gonna drive you crazy. Close your eyes to the madness. In the morning, it's all gonna vanish. Don't be afraid of the dark. Be careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you. Don't be afraid of the dark. Be careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you, baby. Don't let it rain on your spark. Get close to your heart. All of the pressure's gonna drive you crazy. Close your eyes to the madness. In the morning, it's all gonna vanish. Don't be afraid of the dark. Be careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you.
Hey everyone, I'm Maddie of Evil's Cosplay, and for my first video ever, I'm going to be showing you how I made Jinx's Fishbones prop from League of Legends. So, let's get started. I purchased 2 different sheets of EVA 38 foam from TNT Cosplay Supply, and honestly, it was the best foam I've ever used. It's super smooth, dense, and easy to cut, shape, and mold. I got one 24-inch by 60-inch sheet at 10 millimeters thickness, and another one of the same size but at 4 millimeters thickness. I also went to my local hardware store and bought a 2-foot PVC pipe that was about 4 inches wide. This would serve as the base of the gun, and I adhered everything to it. For tools, I used a heat gun I got off Amazon for about $20, called the ProTect 1500 watt 9-piece heat gun kit and carry case. I also used the Dremel 3000 rotary tool kit with a small sanding band, and an airbrushing compressor kit from Central Pneumatic. Other necessary items I used include contact cement, a hot glue gun and sticks, Mod Podge, Quick Seal, airbrush thinner, silver spray paint, black spray paint, clear enamel spray paint, black acrylic paint, a light brown leather belt, yellow-orange transparent lighting gel filters, yellow LEDs, lithium button coin cell batteries, an X-Acto knife and extra blades, scissors, a pencil, paintbrushes, a ruler, a T-square, thick poster paper, a hammer, a sharp nail, and googly eyes. So the first step of the process was cutting out the templates that I would use to transfer onto the foam. So using a ruler and frankly just eyeballing it, I measured out each component of the gun. There's nothing too scientific about it. It was just a lot of trial and error and lucky guessing. Once I had those sketched onto the poster paper, I cut them out and placed them onto the pipe to make sure everything fit. The templates could then be transferred onto the foam, just by tracing them with a light pencil. If there were pieces with details, like the holes on the top piece, I use a penny to trace perfect circles onto the foam. To cut out the pieces, I just use an X-Acto knife. I used many extra blades because the foam dulls them rather quickly, so be sure to stock up. For straight edges, I ran the X-Acto knife against a T-square to get a perfect line. For the eyes, I cut out the shape.
I do listen to Tool sometimes.
I used a separate thin piece of foam to layer behind it, creating a bit of depth.
I haven't in a while though.
Some of the pieces needed multiple layers of
Hi,
foam in order
Dave.
to be the correct width. I glued 2 layers of the fin together with contact cement.
Oh my gosh, man.
And
How you
later
doing,
attached
Dave?
it to the top body piece after it was dremeled. I also adhered the headpiece to the nose piece with contact cement to create a seamless point. For the pieces that had a layer of trim around the edges, I had to glue the 2 separate parts together as well. The handle is 3 layers of EVA foam stacked on top of each other. Finally, I added googly eyes to the head to look like bolts once they were painted. With all my pieces cut out of the foam and some adhered, I used my heat gun to seal the pores of the foam to make it easier to paint. I also used the heat to form, shape, and bend some of the pieces that needed to be curved. However, when the foam is heated, it expands and opens up small
I'm feeling
cuts,
pretty
so
good
those need to
today.
be
Thanks
filled
for
with Quick
asking.
Seal to make the surface totally smooth and free of any blemishes. Once all the crevices were filled with Quick Seal, it was time to Dremel and smooth everything out. I used the Dremel 3000 with a small sanding bit attached. For the holes on the top body piece, I just Dremeled all the way through on a super high speed to create a hole, and then I switched to a lower speed to smooth out the inner circle. After the edges were Dremeled, it was time to cover everything in a coat of Mod Podge to prepare for painting. This is only one of the many ways you can prime EVA foam. I just happened to try it for the first time since I had it on hand and I didn't want to buy Plasti Dip again. I was pleased by the results because the coverage of the spray paint was very good for just one coat. Since this wasn't armor and the foam wasn't going to bend with my body, the Mod Podge served well for my purpose because wrinkling wasn't an issue. While those pieces dried, I moved on to the PVC pipe base. I attached 3 layers of EVA foam rectangles as a way to raise the top and bottom body pieces off of the pipe. I also wrapped around 2 pieces of 4mm EVA foam near the end of the pipe for the 2 back pieces to sit on. I wanted to close the back end of the pipe somehow, and I just happened to have a plastic food container that fit the exact diameter. Once everything on the pipe was dry and put together, I sprayed it with a few layers of Krylon black matte spray paint. While that dried, I returned my attention back to the other parts of the gun. I brought the primed body pieces outside to
is that one
spray
of the
them with
people from
silver
Tool?
spray paint. I sprayed everything individually before gluing the entire thing together, which makes it much easier to get a precise paint job on each piece. I then proceeded to frantically airbrush the corners and crevices of the body pieces with black paint in order to give it a grungy dimensional look. I used the airbrush thinner and mixed it with black acrylic paint until it was the consistency of milk, loaded that into my airbrush, and gave it a go.
Okay, cool. I did not know his name.
I definitely recommend testing the flow and power of your airbrush to get used to the pressure before spraying on your final product. Then, once
When is
dry,
Thanksgiving?
I covered all the
It's
painted pieces
10
with
days
clear
away,
coat.
right?
Once those pieces were dry, it was time to adhere everything together. I used contact cement for some parts and hot glue for others, both of which I do not recommend. The contact cement takes way too long to cure, and the hot glue just breaks off too easily. So, after endless hours of suffering, I finally managed to glue everything on. But please, if you know a better method of gluing, let me know. Once everything was painted and glued, I was able to install LEDs in the eyes. I cut out 2 small rectangles out of the lighting gel sheets and glued them on the inside of the head behind the second layer of the eye. I definitely could have hooked up the lights to a switch. It would have been much more professional and way cooler, but I just didn't have enough time. Also, I was pleasantly surprised with how the batteries worked. They lasted for about 72 hours and just got dimmer over time. The final touch was the leather belt. Of course, the belt I had was way too long, so this is where the hammer and nail came in. I used the hammer and nail to poke a new hole in the belt after measuring where I wanted the belt to loop around the top and bottom body pieces. I then just cut off the excess. And that's about it.
Nice. That looks really cool. what's up, gamified artist? Arr. Be right back, guys. I gotta change laundry.
Why can't you want me like the other boys do? They stare at me while I stare at you. Why can't I keep you safe as my own? One moment I have you, the next you are gone. Rehearse steps on an empty stage. That boy's got my heart in a silver cage. Why can't you want me like the other boys do? They stare at me while I crave you. I walked into the room dripping in gold. Yeah, dripping in gold. I walked into the room dripping in gold. Dripping in gold. A wave of heads did turn, or so I've been told. Or so I've been told. My heart broke when I saw you kept your gaze controlled. Oh, I cannot solve. Why can't you want me like the other boys do? They stare at me while I stare at you. Why can't I keep you safe as my own? One moment I have you, the next you are gone. Rehearse steps on an empty stage. That boy's got my heart in a silver cage. Why can't you want me like the other boys do? They stare at me while I crave you. It's true, I crave you. Crave you. It's true, I crave you. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Crave you. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Let's just stop and think before I lose face. Surely I can't fall into a game of chase. Around his little finger, that boy's got me caught. I try to reach out, but he's in his own world. This boy's got my head tied in knots with all his games. I simply want him more because he looks the other way. Why can't you want me like the other boys do? They stare at me while I stare at you. Why can't I keep you safe as my own? One moment I have you, the next you are gone. Rehearse steps on an empty stage. That boy's got my heart in a silver cage. Why can't you want me like the other boys do? They stare at me while I crave you. that's right. With your heart wide open, just like a child, almost keen to pay. You wear a suit to the beach, and I'll be riding in black through the waves with you. Understand there's a danger to pleasure in reflections that I reflect back to you. Take my hand and the world into your own, just as I am melting into you. Lately I've been dreaming every day's a game, everyone I meet is a hero. Lately I've been dreaming that the world is good, life is just so good with you. Sometimes the tides turn a darker shade, the hues of perfect blue. Let me swim until I'm due. Take my hand and the world into your own, just as I am melting into you. Lately I've been dreaming every day's a game, everyone I meet is a hero. Lately I've been dreaming that the world is good, life is just so good.
If I ever think of getting another tattoo, I want to get lots more. The only thing stopping me is finances. But I would love to get more. Just as I am melting into you. Loved my performances on Destiny's stream. Okay. Thank you, I think. They weren't like really like performances. Unfortunately that's just kind of the way I am. But how you doing, her? When will I start putting art on my website? Very soon. I'd love to get some of my art tattooed. I actually would love to tattoo my own art on myself. I think in some level it's all a performance, yeah, the stage of life, you know. Oopsies. I wish that I was just a clown. I wish that I was just a clown. I seem grounded. Is that a sarcastic comment? Thank you, Will. I appreciate it. Hi on YouTube, Dave. The thumbnail. Oh man, wait, what is my thumbnail? I totally forgot. Now I need to check. Oh, true. True facts. I'm very grounded. I'm also leafy. I wish that I was just clown. I may be grounded, but I do wish I was just a cloud. I wish that I was just a cloud. Hope the king doesn't get tired of me yet. Just a jester. Who's the king? Can I play some of Mr. Girl's music next, please? No. I cannot. It will get me banned. That earring, oh, earring protection, yup. Our souls are like clouds, kinda, true.
Little light in the nighttime. I should ignore, but just this one time, 'cause it's you. I'll attend to it, no, it's just up to me. You're bad, getting dressed up for me. This addiction is gonna catch up with me. Give me some room to breathe. If you want me to let go, I'll let go forever now. Told you right from the get-go, I'll let go, but you allow. Won't you go closer to me? Picked up a bad one, should be more chill away from the sea. 'Cause it's all 'cause of you, all 'cause of this city that I see. Treat me so wrong, love me so right, it's where things be. Going all night, all night. Give me a reason and I'll stay. One night at your place, and every string is illustrated. Tie him up instead. And God, if you're listening, send me a sign if you're listening. Or shut this thing down.
Some kind of confirmation of what?
Pretty little tear in the moonlight. Just know I adore you, but right now I need you to choose. Good if you're listening, send me a sign if you're listening. It's wearing me down, 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 down. It's no fun that we're getting caught up in this. Slow down, quiet you with the kiss. Little secret, I'm making to take a risk. Thought that you wanted this. If you want me to let go, I'll let go forever now. Waited so long to love you so right. Told me right from the get-go, you deco what I like. All night, all night. I'm lucid, I'm fuming, not stacking next to your beauty. Don't push your luck, I will
This
throw
video
you
is very gay. I'm very here for it.
alone, but I need you now. No,
You think this is all happening because I made a meme of Destiny insinuating he is secretly from Israel? No. I mean, he's kind of made his own bed with everything. It feels like he's made a lot more than that comment. Kella, thank you. Did that not play? Is my music too loud? Did it overshadow it? Okay, yeah, I just blended in.
or shut this thing down, 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 down.
Well, I'm sure I'll be forgiven for this, the way things are. I know I'll be forgiven.
I need your loving, like the sunshine. And everybody's gotta learn sometime.
I do not possess armpits.
I said it before and I'll say it again. Life
What are
moves pretty
armpits?
fast.
Please explain.
Stop and look around once in a while. You could miss it. I said it before and I'll say it again. Life moves pretty fast. You don't stop and look around. You could miss it. I said it before and I'll say it again. I said it before and I'll say it again. I came to the door, said it before. This is the story, all about it. Everybody's gotta learn something. I don't know why, but I keep thinking. Everybody's gotta learn something. Everybody's gotta learn something. Sometimes you're flush and sometimes you're bust. And when you're up, it's never as good as it seems. And when you're down, you never think you're going to be up again. But life goes on.
You're the creator. Anything that you want, you can build here. This is your world. Your dreams come real here. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but soon, and for the rest of your life. What about us? Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but soon, and for the rest of your life. What about us? Oh, that passed. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but tomorrow, but tomorrow, but tomorrow.
And I'll say it again.
Maybe not today.
Life moves pretty fast. You could miss it.
And I think it's gonna be a long, long time. A long time. Long time.
Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow. It's been a long time.
Been a long time. A long time. Been a long time. Long time. A long time.
Everybody's gotta learn sometime.
It don't feel my right. It don't feel my right. It don't feel my right. It don't feel my right.
Everybody's gotta learn sometime. Pretty fast.
What a time to be alive.
I came to the door, said it before. Everybody's gotta learn sometime.
Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow.
Gotta learn sometime. Everybody's gotta learn sometime.
Very best thing of all is there's time now. There's all the time.
Heyo, what's up, Gamified Artist? How you doing? We don't need no.
There's time enough at last.
miss you like hot rain, like red dirt.
But when I just got here, I was just a bit like, I don't want to be here anymore.
Can I see ASD? Autism spectrum disorder? You got it. You got it, bro. Good day, Matsumatsu. How you doing? What's up, Almighty Kenzo? Gotta get that muscle mass going, you know what I mean? Muy bien. Chefskis. Hello, Zimpa. Enjoy your smoke, Dave. And your games. See you later. You know how to call it out. Pull me out again. Thank you. Ba-dum-bum-bum-bum. Ba-dum-bum-bum-bum. Bam, bam. Wait, are you a Muslim? Weren't you pro-Israel? Are you talking to me? Wow, wow, aging. Mhm. I went to Unison Festival in September. They do have a pretty cool scene. I've just been taking a step back from events recently because finances and everything. Can't do it right now. You stopped working out, you felt the burn already? Yes, I've been kind of working out most of the stream. I'll do more in a sec though. Thank you, Awaken. I appreciate it. I gotta hack the mainframe and do the motherload cheat code. I was looking at my Twitch payouts though, and I was making more money on Twitch when I was streaming consistently. So hopefully now that I'm back to streaming pretty consistently, that will also increase. We'll have to plan some fun streams. Maybe a subathon. I'll see if I can make time for it. I think November 30th should be my affiliate anniversary on Twitch. I'm getting really close to monetization on YouTube as well. I've never been monetized on YouTube, so fingers crossed it does well. The next Emaru, oh, I love Emaru. I would love to meet Emaru someday. Thank you for subbing on YouTube. Emaru is definitely one of my favorite cosplayers and streamers. I'd love to meet Emaru, Nikki Taylor, Lily Pichu. Those are some of my longtime favorites that come to mind. I'm sure there's tons of other streamers I'd love to meet too. Awaken, thank you. Cheers. Cheers, boys.
Chasing power, chasing pounds till we right. Mask on face, heart cold, never trust. Every move calculated, that's a must. That's from feds in the dust, never bust. Life's a game, play it hard, win or bust. Money talks, money walks through the night. Streets are ours, flash the lights, hold it tight. Never catch us, we too slick, out of sight. Chasing power, chasing pounds till we right.
The heck? Hi, Jack. How's it going, love?
When the shadows fall, you can light me up. Okay. When the shadows fall, you can light me up. Okay. We can dance beneath the moonbeams. We can dream our wildest. In the moonlight, we collide. Lost in the haze, feeling alive. Whispers in the wind. Secrets untold, deep in our liquid dreams. Losing control, what lost and losing cold. Happy racing, the rhythm so pure. Drowning in the bass, we find the cure. Melodies embrace us like a gentle mist in this liquid ocean. We can't resist. Drop like liquid. Let the beat take flight. A woman's voice singing, guiding us through the night. In the depths of the place, we find our release. Liquid dreams, this city, our masterpiece.
On the way. In the ends, we chase that dawn. Earth force, let us slow.
I live inside my world of make-believe. Which tattoo? My neck? Or this one?
I see the world through ice covered
Covered in pink and bleach.
Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world world's so bright, it's hard to
It's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Thank you, Jack. I am kind of greasy, sweaty, but I appreciate it.
Take my eyes open to force reality. Why can't you just let me eat my weight in glee? I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. Some days I feel skinnier than all the other days. Sometimes I can't tell if my body belongs to me. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Content, hold your breath and feel the tension. Devils hide behind redemption. Honesty is a one-way gate to hell. I wanna taste consumption. Breathe faster to waste oxygen. Hear the children sing aloud. It's music till the wick burns out. Be carefree lately, yeah. Just kicking up daisies. Got one too many quarters in my pockets. Counting like the four-leaf clovers in my locket. Untied laces, yeah. Just tripping on daydreams. Got dirty little lullabies playing on repeat. Might as well just ride around the nursery and count sheep.
Reminds you of Kundalini. I've never done Kundalini before. Thank you, Jack.
Jump, fly, time bends the slip's thigh. Feel the heat touch the sky. You kiss my ultimate high. Hold on tight, don't let go. In the flux, our feelings flow. Lost in loops, no control. Your love's blinded, it pulls my soul. At light speed, love collides. In your eyes, galaxies hide, flash dash past the stars. You and I chasing Mars. Faster than a shooting star from the world we're not far. Racing heart, breaking sound. With you I'm homeward bound. Energy, synergy, feel.
What's your favorite pizza topping? Wrong answer. Wait, what? My favorite pizza topping? Probably mushrooms. Mushrooms are a good pizza topping. Why is that skipping the song?
drum hits, baseline weaves, as the wind's voice guides us all believes. Lost in the rhythm, find our way. In this liquid journey, night turns to day. Drum and bass flowing, hearts intertwined as the wind's voice sings. Angels keep falling on these city streets. Heartbeats fast, feels like a symphony. In the darkness we'll find our way tonight. Lost in the rhythm, we're gonna take flight. Every step I take, the sound surrounds me. Drum and bass vibrations, they sound me. Captivated by the beats that guide my soul. In this liquid world, we're losing control. Sonic bass that guide my soul. And in this liquid world, we're losing control. Pulsating baselines flowing through my veins. Whispers in the air, relieving all my pain.
Favorite soda? Root beer. What about you, Chat? I am feeling better now. Trent, how are you doing? Favorite fast food place? Probably Culver's. Or if it's in Texas, P. Terry's is pretty good. Freddy's. Freddy's is pretty good. Glad you're alive, Trent. Great to hear. Being alive is pretty cool. I got some of my art pieces in the back. I'm going to finish them. I have to. I must. Sweet chili Doritos is the best. Or is the jam of the jammiest. Sweet chili Doritos are pretty good. Soul Ranch is pretty good too. They're pretty obscure ones. Wisconsin, but I've seen it in Colorado. Pretty sure in like Nebraska, Iowa too. It's like a Midwest thing. P. Terry's is like a Texas thing. I haven't seen it anywhere else other than, I think, Austin area. Oh, you're from Canada. There is a mushroom over there. There's a couple mushrooms, actually. Slovenia. Kinda hungry. I might make some breakfast in a second. Breakfast. Like, breakfast for dinner, I mean. Like some rice and pork and veggies and eggs. Would I rather be a really good singer or dancer? Does it restrict my ability to do the other thing even though I'm not as good as it at it? Dance. Fuck. Yo, chill. So hateful. So fucking hateful, man. What the fuck? Anyways, here's some honey ASMR to cleanse your palate after those crappy comments. Right? Bro, like, who hurt you? Oh, not you, Michael. Someone in Kick Chat, a couple people in Kick Chat, like, some butt buddies decided to come in and, like, say some hateful shit. Of course it was Kick. Go. It's like there's microphones on his fingertips. Nice, yeah. Oh, you don't think they last long? Maybe I modded you in the other chat too, Kellogg. Let me... Kick is missing some features I need. Like, I'm trying to figure out my payout options for my subscribers, and it's, like, weird. There you go, Kellogg. Bro, Honeycomb ASMR is the best, I swear. What's up, Frostwolf? Why'd you unban him, Kellogg? Enjoy your Lego Fortnite, Trent. I'm about to go make food. I was just gonna leave you guys with the honey ASMR. Just seeing the features. Oh, okay. Bro, it's better than bubble wrap. It's way better than bubble wrap. Bye, Michael. Okay. I didn't just want to leave a blank screen, so I thought honey ASMR would be nice. Enjoy your popcorn and apples, Jack. Guys, it's like immersive. It's hard to walk away. It's hard to walk away. Guys, make sure you go and support the original creator of this honey ASMR. I don't know if this is the original creator, but this is the video I'm watching. Oh, this is too good. So hard to walk away. Okay, I'll be right back.
covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Take my eyes open to force reality. Why can't you just let me eat my weight in glee? I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. Some days I feel skinnier than all the other days. Sometimes I can't tell if my body belongs to me. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. I wanna taste your content, hold your breath
the same old stories they've heard about the people they think they know. Luckily, I tried up on the right side, put it up in your mind. Luckily, I tried up on the left side, put it up in your mind. It's gonna be hard from here, here I try.
For so long, I was living my life, oh so wrong. Always numb in my mind, that old on, building scars from the night, so far gone. I was blind. So now that I found what I between you and I. All my darkest fears are coming outside. We got a billion races, we got this melody, and you can trust me, baby, we got everything. Call me whenever you feel alone, babe, and when you need to cry, I'll be by your side. Call me whenever you need someone, babe, and when you need to escape from 1,000 fires. I'm gonna kiss you wherever you are, and I'm gonna miss you, I will never lie. Call me whenever you need someone, babe. We're running in the jungle of love.
como un trofeo quieres tenerme, pero I don't need no one. Que yo ya sé que de ti I got to stay away, got to stay away. No, 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 baby, no, 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 no setbacks. No, 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 baby, no, 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 this time. You broke my heart once again. I won't buy the dust in return. I can't give in, I can't give in, I won't give in this time. You broke my heart once again. When you bad, but you bad it for me. I can't give in, I can't give in. I've already run like the world.
What's up, y'all?
Hi guys, this is Regan of Cowbutt Crunchy's Cosplay, and today I'm going to present the art of extreme wig styling. This is actually one of my favorite panels to give. I've given it a couple times, including at last year's MCM London over the summer. It's really one of my favorites to give, and for anyone who either wants a refresher or didn't get to make it to the panel, this is going to be my online version. Usually what I like to do is go over the techniques that I personally use in all of my extreme wigs. And one thing I want to cover before we really get started is, well, what is an extreme wig? There's a lot of ways to describe that. Honestly, any kind of cosplay wig is a little extreme in my opinion, but what I refer to by extreme is something that is really larger than life. You know, something that cannot be achieved with someone's own hair or without an extreme amount of understructure or styling product. Last year I actually came out with a book on extreme wig styling, ironically called The Art of Extreme Wig Styling. And in here, this is where I cover these general techniques because, to be honest, there's lots and lots of ways you can apply these, but for me, I generally use 2, maybe 3 really big techniques for all of my wigs. And those techniques that I really love are wefting, teasing, as well as foam work. That's a little much to cover in an hour, but we're gonna go as fast as possible and hopefully show you guys the ropes on how to make your own extreme wigs. So before we get started, one thing to bear in mind is that this wig is made up of a mesh cap with a number of hair fiber wefts sewn in. If you actually flip your wig inside out and you look closely at the inside, you can actually see all of these little rows of fiber right here. Those look like this if you were to actually take it out of the wig. And the more of these you have in the wig, the thicker your hair is going to become, just because the more actual fiber is going to be sewn into your wig netting. So this is an important thing to bear in mind for a couple of reasons. First of all, the more of these we have, the thicker the wig is, which is really important for extreme styles that need more hair than a person has on their head. You can also add more of these wefts into your wig, and then suddenly you've got a double thick wig. There's a couple ways to get that hair. One way is to just buy extra packs of wefts from certain dealers. I know Art of Wigs, Epic Cosplay, a lot of these dealers sell matching wefts that will match your exact wig, but they come in long, long packages. That is definitely one way to do it. If you are not able to do that, or maybe you bought your wig from a seller who does not sell wefts, you can actually harvest these out. So for instance, this came out of this wig. You can kind of see where I've cut it out right here. But it's really easy to take these out of your wig, although a little bit time consuming. Essentially, these are sewn onto our wig by the factory, and we can just as easily pop them right off and then sew them back onto them ourselves. When you are de-wefting a wig, there's 2 places where the weft line is sewn. Underneath, the hair itself is actually sewn onto this little strip of fabric. Don't do that. Don't take that out, because otherwise your hair is just going to fall right out, and that's not useful for you. What you instead want to seam rip is where the weft right here is actually sewn onto our elastic or sewn onto our netting. Once we pop that little seam, I'm going to do one a little bit low in the back. Once we pop that out, suddenly it's not attached anymore. And then we can remove our weft from the wig. And if you are really, really devoted, you can de-weft an entire wig that way and then sew it into a different base wig, and then suddenly you have a double thick wig, which is really, really good for styling. It's a lot of work. It's not my favorite thing to do, but it is certainly a way to immediately increase the volume in your wig. You can also make sure that you purchase your wig from somewhere that has very thick wigs to start with. So for instance, this is an Epic Cosplay wig. It has not been double wefted at all. It just came this thick. It's almost unmanageably thick, actually. So depending on your style, this may not be the wig for you. But for short styles that I want to, say, spike or tease into big shapes, I really like this. I really like Arda. Anything that's a very thick, easy to work with wig is what you want to start with. If you could not purchase a very thick wig like that, you can always create your own very thick wig with that wefting method. So for teasing, and I'll probably put in a couple examples over my voice here. For teasing, what we're really talking about is creating a large shape made out of just hair. With extreme wigs, a lot of times, well, really almost all the time, I will have something in my wig called an understructure. And that is the thing that is going to make the shape larger than life. Like if we look at these example wigs, there's no way that that is a person's hair. And honestly, there's no way that that's even the wig itself. Like if we look here at this wig, this is actually my wig that I often tease during panels, and so she's not looking that great. We've got a little bit of tease going on here. But if we look at the portion that has not been teased, and if I say, well, I'm going to make a spike out of this, and I just hold it out like this into my spike, that doesn't look that great because the hair is being compressed down, and we've ended up with a really thin, stringy looking spike. That's not what I like to see in my wigs. And yeah, we could do this, and I could spray a bunch of hairspray or got to be on it and make it stay, but at the end of the day, this is not the larger-than-life, really thick, fluffy spike that I want. I could add in another wig's worth of hair fiber, or 3 or 4 or 5, but at a point, that's going to become really, really heavy and unmanageable. So that's also not what I want to do. What I instead want to do is create an understructure that's going to fluff this hair out, kind of form a surface or a more solid thing for it to grasp onto, and that way I'm going to have a nice big fluffy spike that does not weigh a lot at all. And for the understructure that I'm talking about for this particular styling technique, it's going to be made out of hair. You can make an understructure out of anything. With foam work, obviously it's made out of foam or something else hard like that, but for teasing, the tease is in fact the understructure. When we tease up the hair, we're creating a very kinked texture. And because the hair is all jagged and kinked like that and no longer straight, it no longer really lays flat against itself the way that this does. This is nice and silky and smooth, and as a result, it compresses down way more than we want it to. But instead, this texturized hair, there's a lot of airspace in here, and the hair is pushing against itself. And as a result, when I try and push it, it doesn't want to stay like that. Like I can like do that and compress it that way, but that's not how it naturally wants to go. It naturally wants to be like this. And so this is the structure that we really want our spike to be made out of. And for large spikes, I actually also like to lay smooth hair on top. The bigger the spike, the more you need. A little bit easier if you start from the bottom and move your way up. It wants to go down, and so I have this odd little kink texture right twisted. What I should have done is either reverse wefted this, so de-wefted and added it back in the opposite. So that's how I like to tease my wigs and introduce spiking, big shapes, big fluffy textures like base. Now with foam work, we still have an understructure, but unlike this, where the understructure is hair, the understructure here is anything that's not hair. In this case, this is actually a piece of poster board because I wanted it to be really flat. but foam is very, very common. I like to use styrofoam because I prefer carving. I know some people use expanding foam, Ava foam, chicken wire I've seen used once or twice. But honestly, anything that has structure is not going to bend a whole bunch, and also something that the hair will stick to is going to be important. The only things I can think of that are probably not good for this method is going to be something like silicone, because your glue and your hair fiber is not going to stick. I actually, for beginners, and for me, because I like to keep my life easy, I would actually say look for a material that the hair and the glue is going to stick to really easily. In this case, I loved using the poster board because it's absorbent and the glue stuck down, and it did a really great and easy job of creating this shape. Felt is another thing that I like to use. Even when I use some other kind of foam like styrofoam or the Ava foam, a lot of times I'll actually put a layer of felt on top of it. And
Hi Weaver, how you doing, love?
And I find that you get a better grip. You can stick hair to anything, but I think
oh no,
it's
save some
just
for yourself.
easier if
I
you pick a
appreciate you.
material
Sweet
or
dreams, love.
pick a cover that's a little more absorbent, especially if you're new to this process. The main method for using foam core is that you want to essentially lay the hair down on your understructure, much like this. But while I know a lot of people who, well, I know one person who is very, very talented, and she is able to use nothing but this. And God bless her, because I can't do that. What I like to use instead is a permanent glue. So white PVA glue. Tacky glue is technically the one that I tend to use more often. I will use some tacky glue, water it down to about 1 to 3 parts.
I'm sorry, Weaver.
Glue to water.
Really sorry to hear that.
And then I will paint.
I hope tomorrow is better, my friend.
And
hello,
what's
Jackson.
great about that is two things. First of all, it's permanent. It is not going to come out unless you soak the entire thing in water. Like, I think we can hear this one. How hard this is. I've dropped this on the floor quite a few times, and it's still looking pretty good. And that's because this is just totally soaked through with a ton of glue. This is going nowhere fast, no matter how many times you wear this to the con. The other nice thing about painting and soaking your hair completely in a permanent
I really like that leaf one. It's really cool.
All of the fiber gets covered. Unfortunately, foam work is definitely a more time-consuming process. I wouldn't necessarily say it's much, much harder. It's probably squarely in the intermediate, maybe to the expert level of wig work, just because it's a lot less forgiving than this. You really do need to be careful about getting your hair on correctly, not tangling the fibers, holding it in place until it's completely set. So it's a lot of making sure that you're working with your hands correctly. That can be kind of frustrating for beginners.
I appreciate you too, Weaver. It just makes the good ones that much better.
Or when you start your project with foam work for the first time, try and go for a flat shape. Anything where gravity is going to be helping you is going to make your life a lot easier. So for instance, this leaf, that's a perfect beginner project because it's flat. I don't have to be fighting to twist around the fiber at all. I don't need to curve it around a weird shape. Like anything that goes around a circle is definitely on the more difficult side.
Nico, thanks for the follow.
Beginner friendly for you. So this takes a while, unfortunately, and so I do not have time to do it in this stream, but I do have a handy dandy video of when I was working on Squirtle's wig. So for this technique, I like to use a permanent transparent glue, typically watered down PVA glue, but here I'm actually using a clear gel called Patex, which is great for small pieces. I'm first applying the glue to the base surface, and then I'm going to run it through small pieces of hair that I've separated out. Like when we
Nice. What kind of work?
Working small is crucial to this technique so that you can thoroughly saturate all of the hair. As you can see, I am applying the glue first to one side.
Oh, no kitty.
I am flipping it over once I get the cat out of my way. That is Finnick, by the way. I love him. But I'm applying the glue to one side, flipping it over, applying it to the other side, and that's so that I can be sure to coat every strand of hair with the glue. Making sure that everything is thoroughly saturated really is the trick here, And then because the glue is permanent, it means that the hair is never going to move. I actually do that by running my fingers through the hair, which not only saturates everything, but it also pushes out any excess glue in case I've used too much. In this case, it's always better to go a little too much than to have too little and risk not saturating the hair completely. Once done, what I do is I lay the hair down onto my line of glue, and then you have a few seconds to arrange it. It's not completely dry yet. However, do not touch it once it begins to dry.
Hello, certified quality. How's Queens, New York?
Patex is actually a really great
I haven't been to the east side of America in a couple years now.
You can actually rehydrate it a little bit if it fills up. Sadly, I can't buy this at all in the States, so I really do use white PVA glue for most of my work, which gives quite a bit more.
Thanks for the subscription. Oh, YouTube. Oh yeah, that's right. I remember you. Cool, cool.
However, it's great because the hair is very, very short, and what I'm doing
I
here
appreciate
is I am
it. Thank you so
down
much.
the edges of the hair with pieces of tape so that it conforms to this shell shape that I've created. I made this out of foam.
Just working out and some cosplay prep.
Which absorbs the glue a bit better.
Just made some food a minute ago.
Removable so that I can pop it up at a later point in time. And that's pretty much the basics of how I use foam work with any of my wigs, really, no matter what kind of shape it is. If it's flat, if it's rounded, or if it's at an extreme type of curve, using glue saturated through the hair is pretty much what I always use. I hope you guys enjoyed this really quick rundown of extreme styling.
Yeah, that one on the left is so cool.
To style wigs. This is just what I personally like to use and what works for me. If you
ASMR Beginner's Guide to Marxism.
What does capitalism mean? How does war occur? What does imperialism mean? In this video, I'll answer all the questions for you.
What the fuck?
Welcome to Nuance ASMR. I am the goddess of education, here to brighten up your day or night, here to give you So in today's video, I will be talking about what is Marxism all about.
It's an interesting concept.
Telecommunication companies, retail stores, most politicians in capitalist democracy are
Type in ASMR one time, man.
How does anyone take a hobby like cosplay and make it their full-time job? And how do they make money from it? Well, I'm a professional cosplayer, but I only do one thing, and there's actually several surprising ways people pay the bills through this craft. So I gathered data from over 250 cosplayers getting paid to do everything from sewing to spicy stuff, and what I found is honestly kind of sad. These are the ways cosplayers make money, and some of them are awful. First of all, we need to define the difference between cosplay and costuming, because while they're technically different, they're similar enough that I included the costumers in the survey. Cosplay is the art of expressing fandom, and is best defined as the wearing and or making of costumes for recreational use, with it most often being a costume of a character from a piece of media, and is a Japanese word made of two borrowed words from English, costume and play. Costuming, on the other hand, is a long-established profession, while cosplay being a job is a very new thing. Costuming could maybe be defined as the making and handling of costumes for professional
I know his cloud
like
was
for
really good.
movies and theaters, theme parks, and Ren fairs. But a lot of people in the historical fashion community also refer to themselves as costumers. So it could also be defined as the recreational use of costumes, but usually not of a character from a piece of media. And obviously, there's a lot of overlap. A lot of people said both. But the dataset itself isn't super huge, so while this might give us a decent look at the cosplayers, I basically said if you make any money from cosplay at all, then you can fill it out. And I bet the first thing you want to know is how much money are people making? This part is sad. 38% of respondents said that they make less than $1,000 annually from cosplay, with the second largest group.
I'd say that for a lot of people, it's probably a hobby,
making less than $10,000.
not so much a job.
But this does not mean that all cosplayers are below the poverty line. An important detail here is that 62% of people indicated that cosplay only makes up 0 to 25% of their income, with only 20% saying they make the majority of their income from cosplay. This means most people that work in cosplay are doing it as a side hustle. But what are they doing? And why aren't they making any money? Of the participants, the most represented job, the job that 39% of people had, was sewing commissioner. This is a job where a person will make a custom cosplay for a client. So the client pays for the materials and their labor and skill set. Sometimes that means the commissioner will make any kind of cosplay the client wants. And sometimes it means that they only make one kind of costume, but with custom measurements. For example, my friend Cassie Renee Cosplay used to make custom Jedi and Sith robes for people. So it was the same-ish garment every time, just with different measurements. This kind of operation can be a lot easier than doing any kind of cosplay a client might want, because cosplays can often be wildly impossible garments. And there's a big difference than the time it takes to make a robe, than the time and frankly, mental stability that you need to make a Genshin Impact character.
I was doing just Jedi and Sith for about 2, maybe 3 years, and it was just because I could streamline it. I knew exactly how much how much fabric I needed. All of my materials were streamlined. So I was making these costumes anywhere between 2 and 4 hours, depending on like how detailed they were. So I was able to almost basically be like a factory. That's not a good thing, but like that's how I was able to do it. For Jedi robes, I was easily making, I want to say like 10 to 12 a week. Like regular commissions, like I would only take 1 to 2 a month, depending on like the scale. So like I had one costume that was like a bunch of armor, a bunch of sewing, just like a bunch of things, and that was a whole month. I stopped doing commissions because there's too many hours that you spend, not even in the construction process, but like in the research process. That's really hard to determine how long that's gonna take, and it's hard to bill for something like that. Like finding a way to properly monetize my time for that was really difficult. On top of it, industry rates are $34 an hour for the bare minimum. That's like film industry. I experienced that most people couldn't pay for that. And with the amount of expertise I have, I should be charging upward of $50 or $60 an hour. So when you think about something that I make that's 100 hours, that's like $5 grand. The amount of people that are willing to pay that is very few and far between. It just was soul sucking. Like I was making beautiful works of art for ungrateful people. I have a couple clients that have been highly grateful, but aside from those few, almost everyone was ungrateful. And then on top of it, I dipped my toes into education. And once I started that, the reward, like the way I felt from somebody saying, oh my God, I know I made this because you taught me, versus you made this for me. Like they were just vastly different feelings.
What is your biggest source of cosplay specific income now?
Teaching in person is by far like my number one income stream, followed by actually, I have my online courses, which are for like those people who just can't go to a con, with my kits that I sell for them.
Oh, plug your book.
Oh yeah, okay, I have it right here actually. It is Cosplay Foundations. This has 11 projects in it, and it goes everything from like corsets to hoop skirts, petticoat. There's even a whole section on how to make what's called a pattern block and modify that pattern over and over and over again. And you know that because you have the base block it always will fit you. Obviously, unless like you body changes, pregnancy, whatever, all that kind of stuff. I recommend buying it on my website, but if you happen to be somewhere like Barnes & Noble and you see it, I don't know, take a picture and tell me.
The survey also had some quality of life and income security questions that I'm converting into a score. The quality of life questions were: do you enjoy cosplay as much as you do for work as you do for a hobby? Do you still have enough time to work on your own projects? Do you feel like your work is understood by your clients? And a
Welcome
straight
back,
up,
Jack.
what would you rate your quality of life? And the quality of life score for the sewing commissioners was a 13.7 out of 20. The income security questions were: do you make enough money solely through cosplay to pay your living expenses? Put away money for savings? Would you be able to cover a $500 emergency charge? Do you feel like you make a fair wage? And would you be able to get by without another source of income? And the income security score for sewing commissioners was a 10 out of 25, which is not surprising because the average income for this one was less than $10,000 annually. Despite that, people do still find joy doing this as a job. Making costumes is my absolute favorite thing in the world. Wearing them is maybe my least favorite part. So getting to make them for others is the best case scenario for me. Also, the flexibility in schedule is wonderful and lets me help take care of my family. I get to help people while doing something I love. But this one also has its downsides. Clients are annoying sometimes and don't measure themselves correctly. Lay people and non-crafters drastically underestimate the work, time, and money that goes into a well-made costume. A lot of people where I'm from have the mindset that service workers owe them their work. So it's happened a few times that I gave a client something they commissioned me for, and then I didn't get paid. And then I got told, you should have done this, as if I could have predicted what they would have done. So client experience can be wonderful or absolutely awful. But why exactly are sewing commissioners not making a ton of money? I think these responses have the answer. Be willing to charge enough for your work. I am still trying to bring myself to do that. It's a lot of time and effort, and if someone isn't willing to pay you for that, then they don't deserve the costume. Try to set fair prices. You don't want to underprice yourself and end up earning nothing. Don't give anyone anything without upfront payment. Don't lower your wages, and don't buy into sob stories about how much a client is struggling if they refuse to pay you. If you're struggling financially, don't commission cosplays. Simple. So not charging enough for your work and people straight up not paying you seems to be a huge problem. But I would also speculate from a Shark Tank businessman perspective that making custom anything by hand is just not going to scale the way other businesses do. You only have so much time that you can be working on a single project, and sewing in particular requires a lot of labor time. And unless you're bringing in other people to do this with you, there's only so much money to be made in the time that you have. And this is why I think the sisters of this job, wig and prop commissioners, might have a little more success, especially the prop makers, because if you're making props from a mold, there's a lot less labor that goes into each subsequent prop. So you could be cranking out one bespoke diamond pickaxe a day, selling them for $200 each, and you've made more money in a week than it took the sewing commissioner to even plan out their next client project. Though I say that, and I stand by that that's a decent business model that could scale, I don't think many people in the survey are doing that because of the few prop commissioners that filled out the form. Their average income was about $2,500 annually, with the wig commissioners not far ahead with $7,000 annually. Wigs, I think, are even harder to scale because they require such a specific skill set, and one that is arguably more gate-kept than the sewing and the prop making. However, I do think that the general public has at least a little bit more awareness of how expensive wigs are, and wig commissioners might have an easier time pricing what their labor is worth. Sewing, especially, seems to be one of the least valued skill sets in the world, even though it takes years, if not a lifetime, to master. People who get to set their own prices find it hard to charge enough for their labor, and end up not making enough for it to be more than a side hustle. So if the commissioners aren't making any money, who is? It's the content creators. We've got a couple categories here: YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, Instagram, and even I am shifting the focus on this one though, based on the income percentage from cosplay, because I had a lot of people fill out the form that are doing content creation, but it only accounts for 0 to 75% of their income, with that group's average income being about $7 grand annually. But when we get to the people who are in the 75 to 100% income from cosplay range, it actually starts to be a livable wage for some places, with that average being around 45 grand annually. But how do people make money off of social media? I'll start with YouTube, because it's my actual job. I have 2 sources of income when it comes to YouTube, and then I have Patreon, but I think we all know how Patreon works. Thank you to my patrons. But my YouTube money comes from 2 sources: AdSense and sponsorships. AdSense comes from the money that advertisers pump into YouTube to show their ads on videos. So the more people watch my content, the more ads they see and potentially click on. And then that leads to a bigger portion of advertiser money that I get. But if a video doesn't get a ton of views, it doesn't make as much money. The second, though, comes from sponsorships. This is when a company pays me directly to devote a section of my video to promoting their product. These are great because they're agreed upon beforehand and are a way for we as YouTubers to ensure that the work that we put into that video makes us money without having to worry too much about how many views that video got. But the downside is sometimes you gotta pay the bills and you end up doing a sponsorship for maybe a mobile game that you don't even like. But sometimes you end up with sponsors that make everyday products that you really love and really do use every day, like today's sponsor, Kitsch. Hold on, do you want to know how I get these beautifully perfect curls that I'm always rocking? Because it's Kitsch. I first worked with Kitsch last summer, and since then, the only way I curl my hair, the way my hair has been curled for like every video that you've seen in the past year, has been with their heatless curling set. I have a couple hacks for it that you can see on screen right now. I love this thing so much because it is the only kind of roller set that I've ever been able to comfortably sleep in. Plus, if you get your hair wet enough and leave it in for long enough to fully dry, then those curls last for days. You can even see the life of this one wet set through some of the interviews in this video. I also have straight up evidence that I've been using this for the past year, because anytime you've seen me wear this white crocheted hat with all of my hair up, it's because the curler is under there and I just cover the curler with the hat. And yeah, obviously that means that I don't wash my hair all the time, but when I do, it is with their amazing and sustainable bar shampoos and conditioners. I've also been using these for the past year, and you can even see this one that is like almost totally used up. These have rice water protein in them, which is supposed to help strengthen your hair and improve its texture. They're also free of phthalates, parabens, silicones, and sulfates. And if you have color in your hair, sulfate-free is the way to go because sulfates will strip your color so much faster. It leaves my hair feeling soft and healthy, and it is an extremely affordable price, especially considering how long the bars last. Despite the fact that my ends have been bleached several times by me, my hair has never looked this good or been this effortless, and I have Kitsch to thank for that. So if you're interested, use the link in my description or use my code SarahSpaceman to get 25% off your first order. Kitsch ships everywhere in the US and to 27 countries internationally. Plus, if you grab their subscription option, you can get an even better discount. Another thing, though, about sponsorships and AdSense is that they both require a lot of work to get to the point where you can have either. AdSense requires getting monetized on YouTube, which takes 4,000 hours of watch time and a bunch of other requirements that they keep changing. But the watch time alone takes so long to get when your channel is small. And sponsors will generally only work with channels
Thank you guys so much for all your help. I appreciate it.
Number of views, and I have been told that the golden number for that is 50,000 views. So again, it takes a really long time to establish a channel of that size, especially in a niche like cosplay. But that's YouTube. For Instagram, I'm pretty sure people make money off of the Reels bonuses program, but they took that away at some point, and then they brought it back. But I really wouldn't rely on that, honestly. And then I think TikTokers make money by making actual faces on live streams while standing in the street. Similarly, though, I think we all know what the fan refers to. Our singular fan creators, though, are making a living. While I only had 11 respondents that were doing that kind of work, their average income was about 40 grand annually, with some even stating that they make over $100,000 $1,000 a year, which was rare to see in the survey overall. And with a 15.8 for quality of life score and a 14.6 for income security, they're doing better than the commissioners. Some cite not having a boss and being able to work from home as their favorite things, but the downsides cannot be ignored. This is what one person hates about this job. Men. OF pays the bills, but I've dealt with leaks and sexism and no job or amount of money is worth that, especially when that form of content creating doesn't make nearly enough to warrant even a percentage of the pain. And one person wanted people aspiring to do this job to know, not all full-time OF creators make the big bucks. Don't be blinded by the ones that make the big bucks. Another said, people need to realize that spicy content creators are real humans who work really hard and need to be treated as such. A lot of people seem to think that the men buying the content are the people giving spicy workers the worst treatment. But honestly, I experience much more from people who don't watch my content, but are just angry I do what I do. I've had people try to get me banned from cons or tell me I shouldn't get to compete in cosplay contests because of the work that I do. And I just thought this one was funny. If you want to be an OF creator, remember to go to R34 every now and then and see what's trending. And while I'm a sex-positive person and I support sex workers, we should still all remember that we live in a society, and in a society that has very few protections for sex workers. I wish we didn't, but we do. And if you choose to do work like this, there will be people like the ones from these anecdotes that will try to hurt you. So the best advice I can give you is keep as much of your personal information off the internet as possible. And that goes for all content creators, but especially for the spicy ones. Stalking, doxing, and harassment are things all content creators
Please
have to
don't
fear,
stalk me.
even smaller
Please
creators,
don't stalk me. Please
even
don't harass
non-spicy
me.
small creators. I reached out to
Please
one
don't do
YouTuber
that.
respondent, Colleen Cosplay, who had some terrible first-hand experience with this awful stuff.
Hi, I'm Colleen, and I run the Colleen Cosplay YouTube channel. Cosplay is very much a side hustle for me. I still work a regular desk job. I do a lot of tutorials, and I also share my experiences as a disabled cosplayer. The experience I had with stalking and doxing, it started when I had a really small channel, and a lot of people think that if you have a small channel, you're like immune from these bad malicious people on the internet, but I'd say it's actually the opposite. I had like less than 300 subscribers on YouTube. Most of my videos only had maybe one comment. So of course, I would answer every comment, every message. It started out like very normal. This person was just like, hey, I'm a fan. Every now and then they would like push the boundaries. Like, hey, I'd like to get to know you better. Where do you live, by the way? This went on for a while, and I kept just denying information until one day I got a message saying, hey, I found out where you live from your videos. Essentially, in my con vlogs, I would say things like, wow, this con's 4 hours away. I don't know if I'll go next year. Or, oh, this con's only an hour away. I'll wear my makeup in the car. And they took that information, like the distance from cons, and kind of like triangulated it out to find the city I lived in. And from there, they would go onto my videos and write comments saying, this is where she lives. Of course, I did end up blocking this person after they, did
Psycho.
that. It was a really tough decision because like as a small creator I was like, oh no, they're my fans, I have to like cater to them. You don't. I probably blocked about 50 accounts over the next year. From there it escalated to like, I know where your home address is now. So this person also said they'd like find me at a con.
What am I up
It
to?
ended up being a bluff, but it was really scary.
Watching
and
some
it's been 2
cosplay
years
stuff,
since I've heard from
organizing some
them, So
stuff.
blocking and ignoring after a year eventually worked. But also I started my channel in 2018 and I do talk about cosplay and disability. A lot of people will kind of trauma dump on me about their medical trauma, looking like for someone to commiserate with, but that times a few hundred is really overwhelming. My stalker in particular was kind of that case where it's like they said they were disabled and kind of wanted to commiserate together, and then they were like, you saved my life actually, you're my best friend. I just think people found me as like someone they felt they could talk to, which is awesome. That's a good thing until it crosses the line, right? And that's what happened here, is it crossed the line, and I wanted to help, I wanted to give advice, I wanted to be their friend, but unfortunately you cannot be the friend of every stranger on the internet. It's not safe.
What advice do you have for people that might run into this?
Just lie. I know that we are told lying is bad, but this is a time lying is good. I think if the very first time this person asked where I lived, if I just lied and made up something that was reasonable but
Damn, that's
false,
sad.
they would have left me alone. Because me setting the boundary of I'm not going to tell you where I live, they saw it as a challenge.
What's up,
like,
so
oh, I
hype?
bet I can figure it
So
out.
hype?
I recommend this like at cons. Like I said, people can find you at cons from your lineup. If they ask what hotel you're staying in, lie. If they ask if you're there alone, lie. If they ask where you're coming from, lie. And of course, like, don't go to cons alone if someone's threatening to assault you at a con. Like, take a friend with you.
YouTube and Twitch specifically often create a very strong parasocial bond just by the nature of how long the content is and how it usually focuses around that one person. And sometimes people take that bond way too far and way too seriously and do seriously dangerous things. So yeah, being a content creator requires facing some pretty negative things and a ton of work, especially when you're just starting out. I still do 99% of everything that gets put on this channel, and most smaller creators are doing exactly the same. And while these are careers that can eventually make you a living wage, it still takes a very long time to get there and requires a lot of unpaid labor. But if you do get there, there's money to be made, and not just regular income, because YouTube especially comes with passive income, which is not the kind of thing you can get with any commission of any kind unless you're making patterns. Patterns are the templates we use to make clothing or props, and nowadays there's a pretty decent market for selling patterns for specific characters. Or if we look at somebody like Kamui Cosplay or Evil Ted, there's a huge market for EVA foam patterns for generic bases for props and armor. And while I didn't have too many pattern sellers fill out the form, patterns are a big source of passive income for some people, because especially if you're doing digital patterns, you make it once and then you just let it make money forever. Though you will have to occasionally be your own customer service representative when people have questions, and you should be very careful about what you name the patterns so you don't end up with an Etsy takedown notice from DreamWorks. Like I did. That's why all my patterns are free now. But overall, if you are making your own patterns for cosplay, you should try selling them for a little extra cash. So what about the costumers? So I actually had a pretty decent respondents from the theater in-house costumers and theme park costumers.
Is the echo better?
These aren't
Sorry, the
people
mic was
that
right next to my
wear the
headset.
Costumes generally, they're people that make them or maintain them or even dress the performers. Of the respondents I got, about half of them are working full-time.
Cosplayer
and
that
those people
cheated?
are
What do you
making
mean?
a living wage with an average income of $40,000 a year, though they scored lower than the sewing commissioners on the quality of life score with a 13.2 and a 12.5 for the income security. Here's some comments about people's favorite things about these jobs. I work primarily constructing Broadway costumes. The most rewarding part is seeing my work on stage and getting to be creative in my daily life. Another said, very few things bring me more joy than seeing someone in a fitting light up when they put on clothing I've worked on. Whether it's altering a suit for someone who's never had one fit well before, or making something beautiful and elaborate for them to swan around stage in, bringing joy and comfort and confidence and transformation to the people through clothing is my biggest pride in what I do. But it seems like people's least favorite thing was the hours. Very long hours when working shows and not enough time to live can be very underappreciated. Having to put in 70 to 80 hour weeks during tech week / final dress. The undervaluing of the labor that I do as a costume maker is very frustrating. I have been working professionally making costumes for 9 years full-time for theater and private commissions, and I still do not feel properly compensated for my skills despite advancing in my career. In theater, costumes is often one of the lowest paid departments because it has historically been viewed as women's work, and the technical skill and training needed for the job was not recognized. Now, I know jack squat about these jobs, so I reached out to my friend, fellow cosplayer, and theme park costumer, Magma Magda, to find out what these jobs are like.
Hi, my name is Magda Alexandra. I go by Magma Magda on most social media, and I'm a costume assistant at one of our local Central Florida theme parks. I've been a costume assistant for 2 years, but I've been in costuming at theme parks for about 3. When a costume goes from the character concept all the way to, you know, being a character at a theme park, it goes through several steps. You have a designer who designs the clothing. You've got pattern makers who make the individual patterns. and you have your costumer who is responsible for sourcing all of the material. They talk to the vendors who are going to make certain things with the costumes, and then it goes through either people who are going to sew the costume or the fabrication team, which would be me. And I do all of like the detail work, anything that's not with a sewing machine, anything that has to do with carving or hardware or even rhinestoning, that's what I would be doing.
So we're actually looking at like a whole train of different kind of costuming roles in these jobs.
Yes. Right now, costuming is still seen as an unskilled job. So a lot of us who are in the industry right now, despite going through like several interviews to get this job, are still considered entry level. Even in like bigger industries like the film industry, a lot of the costuming team still goes like widely uncredited. My jobs vary day to day. A lot of it is project based. So I, clock in and I have an order that I have to work on, and depending on what it is that day. So maybe I'm just gluing a whole bunch of things, or that day I have an order of like 60 to 100 costumes, and they're like, they all need to be rhinestoned, and they all need to be rhinestoned the same exact way. Especially when you're starting out, even just try a little bit of everything. See if it's something that you really want to do. Because if you go into costuming, there are several levels that you have to get into before you start, like, you become a designer or something like that. Like, you're going to be doing a lot of laundry when you start out, like a lot of laundry.
The next one is a job I would mainly call a side hustle, based on how not a single respondent said that it accounted more than 50% of their income, with most of them saying it was less than 25. But it's one I want to talk about because it's a side hustle that I think a lot of current cosplayers could easily get into, and it's one I've actually done before. And that's princess parties. Princess partiers are independent people who get paid to go to events like children's birthday parties while dressed up as and acting like a Disney princess while not being associated with Disney. And when I say a Disney princess, I mean Elsa, because apparently that's still what the kids all ask for. You show up at the party in costume, you read to the kids, or you do face paint, and you stand there for photos, or you sing. It's not a lot of people's main jobs because it's the kind of thing you can only do on weekends when you occasionally get booked for a child's birthday. Obviously, you have to like children to do this, but the people that do it say that that's their favorite thing. Bringing magic to kids and adults all around my hometown, bringing Disney quality costumes to children that can't go to Disneyland. I adore my princessing job because it's an opportunity to bring magic into people's lives, especially young kids. I get to stand there and literally be their hero for a moment and help to teach them meaningful lessons of self-worth through my performance. It's a job that is truly instantly gratifying in the most fun ways. Being able to wear pretty dresses and earn an extra few bucks is a nice little side hobby. I love being able to tell people that I'm a part-time princess. That if it were for the money, I would have stopped a long time ago. Being a princess has changed the course of my life in unthinkable ways. I wish they knew that I do this because I truly love what I do. But the downsides were how much money goes into the costumes and the upkeep, and of course, gaslighting, gatekeeping, and girl bossing. The upkeep for decent princessing costumes and wigs is hella expensive, and there is a massive amount of toxic pretension and gatekeeping in the princessing circles that has never sat well with me. Lots of bullies and big egos that are exhausting to manage. I found myself going more behind the scenes with costume management and assisting events over competing with the other performers purely out of exhaustion from the egos. The clients do not understand how expensive this stuff is to upkeep. Dresses, wigs, proper undergarments, shoes, it all costs so much to keep nice and perfect for each party. I wish more people understood that being a princess is just cosplaying. There are some people in the princess community that will bully or make fun of cosplayers when they're doing the same thing but getting paid. Okay, now I want to talk about princess parties.
Oh, lordy.
And I just have one question for you.
Okay.
Would you like to issue a warning about Wig Guy?
Oh my... that man.
Do it real quick. Who the fuck is Wig Guy?
Okay. Okay, so Wig Guy. His name is Daniel Staley Myers. He is from the UK. He
they're doing the same thing, but getting paid. Okay, now I want to talk about princess parties.
Oh, lordy.
And I just have one question for you.
Okay.
Would you like to issue a warning about Wig Guy?
Oh my... that man.
Do it real quick. Who the fuck is Wig Guy?
Okay. Okay, so Wig Guy. His name is Daniel Staley Myers. He is from the UK. He is been in the Disney like cosplay scene ever since I can remember. It probably started before Frozen, but it definitely became like a big deal when Frozen happened, and then princess parties started popping up everywhere, and Disney cosplayers started popping up everywhere. He just like started messaging people like, oh, hey, do you sell wigs? I was selling Rapunzel wigs. And he would message me and he was like, hey, do you sell human hair Rapunzel wigs? And I'm like, no, why would I do that? And he was like, well, Rapunzel wigs should be human hair, and like you should wear your natural hair. And I'm like, when I have 70 feet of hair, I will let you know. And yeah, so he goes around and he does that to like every Disney cosplayer, regular cosplayers now. He'll go and harass them saying like, why aren't you wearing your natural hair? It's very much it's like a thing for him to see people in their natural hair. And he'll not only contact them, he'll contact actors who do like smaller roles on like Disney Channel shows or Nickelodeon shows. He'll contact regular theaters to do the same thing. So he's like very notorious. If you get approached by the Wig Guy, you should feel like you've made it on some level.
Okay, my warning I would like to issue about Wig Guy is if you see Wig Guy, do not engage.
Oh my gosh, don't engage with Wig Guy.
Don't engage.
If you block him, he'll find another account to try to engage with you. So it's like, if you feel like it's Wig Guy, maybe just block. It probably is just Wig Guy in a different hat. In a different wig.
Finally, I had a huge percentage of people with random jobs related to cosplay that didn't give me enough data for a whole breakdown, but here's a lightning round of other cosplay jobs and their approximate income. In the 30K a year category, we've got a 3D model and print design seller and a fursuit maker. In the 50K a year category, we've got a costume print and embroidery designer, a mascot maker, and somebody selling kits. In the 100K a year category, we have a leather maker and a full-time cosplay teacher at a school, and then somebody making less than 1,000 who just responded, shoes. For anybody that wants to have cosplay be their career and is maybe thinking about getting a degree to do that, this is the statistic I want to show you. 46% of participants had no formal education in costuming, and 23% only had high school classes. We only had 8 people with a master's degree. I've said it a lot, but I have a graphic design degree, and I worked in motion graphics and video editing for 6 years before I became a pro cosplayer, and I am absolutely certain that the reason that I sit here today as a full-time YouTuber is because of that life experience and not the 12-ish years I've been doing cosplay. Some of us have been incredibly lucky and blessed and have been able to take our hobby and make it our career, but for most people making money off of it, it's a side hustle. And while it's amazing to be able to make money off of your art, sometimes doing it for others diminishes the love you have for being creative. And it is always okay, and sometimes even better, to just enjoy it to its fullest as a hobby. I thank you for making cosplay my career by watching, though I would argue that I am still mostly a video editor. Thank you so much for watching. If you want to support the channel directly, you should check out my Patreon where you'll get some exclusive content. But if you're just watching, liking, commenting, subscribing, sending the video to a friend or your mom, or subscribing, then you are supporting the channel too. So thank you. Please subscribe.
Thank you for the follow, Eric. Welcome in.
If you found this video, there's a good chance that you are a tired creative. You're trying to find time to focus on your art, but let's be honest, day jobs take up a lot of time and a lot of energy. I'd say both. There's always a wrestling match between insufficient time and a lack of energy. When you do have the time, you're exhausted from thinking about drawing instead of, whatever you're doing. And I get it. And I still have times where I also really struggle to find the time and energy to make art. Art's my full-time career, but there's a lot of other things that I have to juggle to make it happen. And so there's days where
Watching some
I have to do
videos
a lot of the
and
not
a
so
little bit of
creative
yoga.
stuff that leaves
What are you
me
up to, Eric?
really tired and really exhausted when it comes time to make art. So today I want to talk about 6 tips on how to maximize your time and minimize how much energy it takes to get into the creative flow. First things first, stop doom scrolling for inspiration. Stop doom scrolling, period. I mean, if you can eliminate that and that's the only thing you do, that's the only thing you walk away from for this video, do it. Social media is going to exhaust you. You're already exhausted enough. You already have limited time. Why waste the time? Why exhaust yourself more? Let's talk about what happens when you do scroll. When you scroll social media, and this includes Pinterest as well, you are triggering dopamine to release in your brain. Dopamine is a neurotransmitter commonly referred to as the feel-good chemical in the brain. This chemical is directly related to your motivation, but also your mood, also your ability to focus, and the likelihood that you will continue participating in impulsive behavior. So, scrolling social media is often one of those things we do impulsively. So regardless of your intention when you're scrolling on social media, and in this case, it's positive, you're trying to find references, you're trying to get creatively built up, the constant flow of engaging media, it's increasing
You hear echo?
that
Oh yeah, I forgot to
dopamine
mute.
release in your brain. This is one of the reasons why social media is so
Oh
addictive.
no, you're all good, Eric. Welcome
Dopamine
in.
hit after dopamine
Glad to
hit
have you here.
after dopamine hit. You see the problem? It's not enough that the excessive release of this chemical messes with your motivation. You ready for more? Where this gets extra tricky is for my busy creatives. When you continually have this sustained level of dopamine, it becomes even harder to sit down and focus on really long stretches of challenging work, which, if you're making art or any other creative endeavor that requires you to focus or think hard or problem solve, you know why this is going to become a problem. And you'll never feel rejuvenated after scrolling. This is what I mentioned before, where social media or scrolling in general is very exhausting because
Thanks
of this
for the
constant
follow,
release
Obey.
of dopamine. It feels good, but it's not going to refresh you or prepare you for your creative endeavors. It's likely that after the fact, you don't even feel inspired. And I know with many of the students that I
Just
work
some
with, they
videos
tell
on
me
YouTube.
when they spend a lot of time on social media, it actually has the reverse effect where they're seeing a lot of really great art and that demotivates them because it either shows them
Hey guys, we're back with our final video in the KDA Cosplay series, and in this video we're going to show you guys how to make Seraphine's wig. This tutorial can work for both her blue and pink wig variants, and it can be used for any other characters with tied up hair. Thanks again to Riot Games for sponsoring all these tutorial videos. We hope you guys have enjoyed the KDA series. Now let's get to some wig styling. To make the ponytail wig, you'll need a wig for the
I'm
base and a
doing
wig
good.
for the ponytail.
Thanks, Obey, for
For our
asking.
base
How are
wig,
you?
we're using a Victor in pure white from Arda Wigs. These wigs are designed to be pulled back into a ponytail, with the wefts on the edge facing upwards to hide the mesh. The wig also has a lace front for a natural looking hairline. We're also using a Delilah from Arda so that we can have a super long ponytail. And to help make the ponytail thicker, you will also need batting. To dye synthetic heat-resistant wigs, you can use RIT synthetic dye. Boil a pot of water and then let it simmer. You can then add in your dye. Use a small piece cut from the wig to test the color of the dye. This will let you know how long you need to leave the wig in the pot for and if the color is strong enough. Once you are happy with your test piece, you can then submerge your wig in the pot. Move the wig around gently in the pot, trying not to tangle the hair too much. When you're happy with the color, you can remove the wig from the pot and wash off the excess dye in a stainless steel sink. Repeat this process on the wig for your ponytail. Now you'll need to dye the ends of the Seraphine wig purple. So get a new pot of boiling water and add in your purple dye. Then you can take your wig and carefully dip the ends into the pot. Leave the lower ends of the wig submerged for longer to get a stronger color and create a gradient effect. You will also need to dye your batting to match the color of your wigs. You can do this with the same kind of RIT dye. After the dyeing, your wigs may look a little distressed. Don't panic, this can be fixed. Place your wig on a wig stand and then dry the hair with a hairdryer. You can then start to gently comb and untangle the wig, starting from the bottom and moving upwards. The hairdryer will also help relax and smooth the fibers. After that, you can use a flat iron to straighten and smooth the rest of the wig fibers. Repeat this process on your other wig for the ponytail. Now your wigs are silky and smooth again. Next, you'll need to customize your wig head so your ponytail will fit you. Start by putting on your wig cap. Then you can wrap your head in cling wrap and duct tape to make a form for your head. Draw around your hairline and your ears. Then you can remove the entire tape form from your head. Place the tape form onto your wig head. You can then stuff the inside with batting to fill the tape pattern if your wig head is too small. To get your ponytail to stay upright, you'll need to create a frame inside your wig. Cut a piece of PVC pipe long enough to go inside the base of your ponytail. Next, you will need a piece of warbler. Heat up the thermoplastic with a heat gun. Then fold and stick the warbler together to
Yeah,
double it up.
she's sponsored by League of Legends and she's a professional cosplayer, so I imagine she's like doing it as fancy as possible.
Layer of wefts and comb and pull them time. Just keep working slowly and methodically and it will start to come together. The last step is to make the ponytail and remove the wefts from. Then tease and backplug the inner
that's a crazy
layer.
wig.
Fake hairband. Glue fabric onto a piece of EVA foam. Then you can glue this around the ponytail. Now your Seraphine wig is complete.
Wow. So fancy. No, you're all good, Eric. You're totally fine. I was updating my wish list too when I was quiet there for a sec.
There's a long-hairled wig hack that has plagued me for years. Does fabric softener make wigs less tangly? Does it make them softer? Does it make them less shiny? Does it do anything at all? I set out to find out, but I didn't want to just pour fabric softener on a wig and call it a day. I wanted to do this scientifically. So in the name of Nygaard-san, welcome to Bad Wig Science. But you know what you totally don't need fabric softener for? These fabulously soft sheets from the sponsor of today's video, Brooklinen. Brooklinen offers luxury sheets in a variety of textiles and colors. And we spend a third of our lives in our sheets, so having really nice ones is important. But my 17-year-old cat here spends 90% of her time in this bed, and she deserves sheets as soft and cute as she is. I live in the American Southeast, which you can tell because I sleep with a fan. So on hot summer Georgia nights, I don't go anywhere near polyester sheets. This set is Brooklinen's classic hardcore bundle in their limited edition color Himalayan Salt. This set is 100% long staple cotton and it comes with 4 pillowcases, a fitted sheet, a flat sheet, and a duvet cover. And they have a thread count of 270, which makes them incredibly soft and still incredibly breathable. And if you get the bundle, you can mix and match from 20 plus colors and patterns while saving 25%. Me and Joe and all the cats slept in these last night, and they are absolutely soft and cozy. They're super breathable, and the cats love them. Don't you? And if you want to try out Brooklinen, you can shop online.
Look horrible in wigs.
And
Eric, do you have any
right when you're
pictures?
watching this, Brooklinen is having their memorial sale. So you have until May 31st to save 20% on all Brooklinen items. So it's the perfect time to try them out or stock up on your favorites. Thanks again to Brooklinen for sponsoring this video. Let's talk about things that we don't really know if you should or should not put fabric softener on, because they're not as soft as these Brooklinen sheets. This myth has been around since before I started cosplaying over 10 years ago. And the common claims are that if you put fabric softener on a wig, it will help keep it from tangling, it will help detangle it, it will make it softer, and it will make it less shiny, and it will make it smell like fabric softener. I think we can assume that that one is true. I have heard these claims repeated over and over and over again for years, but I've never actually personally put fabric softener on a wig because I never felt like I needed to. But today, I'm finally going to answer the question, should you launder your wigs? And most of the time, I see people recommend this for relatively cheap wigs. So I went on Amazon and found the cheapest wigs I could find. I have in this bag 3 Map of Beauty wigs, which were each $10 on Amazon. And I am way too excited about this because when I first started cosplaying, I bought several Map of Beauty wigs because they were so cheap. I have not owned one in years. I don't know if I still own any of the ones I had, but from what I remember, they were not great quality. So I'm excited to see where they are almost 10 years later. I have not opened this yet, obviously. I did take the label off, so y'all can't see where I live. All right. Okay, even just from in the bag, they're not super shiny. This isn't a Map of Beauty review, but I wanted to try and get basically the cheapest wigs possible because I feel like that is what people try to use this technique for, is for cheaper wigs. So we've got cheap wigs. So I got 3 because we're gonna have 1 control because we're being scientists today. We have 1 control that I'm not going to do anything to. We have 1 that I'm going to put the fabric softener on, and 1 for a different fabric softener test that we'll do later. So basically what we're going to do is we're going to treat these 2 wigs and leave this one alone. Then I'm going to put them through the same stress tangling test, and then I'm going to time how long it takes me to comb them out. But first, let's get a look at how these wigs look. Okay, I like this color. I like this color blonde. Like, this is pretty. This is $10. I mean, it's more shiny than an Arda, but it's not a Party City wig. So I guess this is why I would buy these back then, because this isn't that bad. But we'll see how she tangles. And so because it's been so long since I ever heard like the actual technique of putting fabric softener on a wig, I'm pretty sure you like mix it with water, but I don't know how much water. I don't know if you spray it on or dunk it. So we're gonna go over to the computer and I'm gonna try to find some tutorials on how to do this. So I just typed in fabric softener wig cosplay, and there's a couple things up here. And one of the things that surprises me here is there's actually an Arda wig tutorial. So I wanna see what Arda says to do. This might be a bad sign, but the comments are turned off. Was that the fabric softener? What is this? Fill with lukewarm water. That's
I am 28, yes, OB. Are you also 28?
Fabric softener to the bath. That's gain something. It doesn't tell me what kind of fabric softener or how much. This just says mix it with water. Submerge the wig and allow to soak. After 30 to 60 minutes, drain. Too much excess can create an oily texture. Okay, so you're supposed to mix an undescribed amount into water, let the wig soak in it for an hour, and then make sure you wash all of it out or it'll be gross. Okay, let's see what... This one is 6 years old and it's from, I'm going to say this, Iwasaka Miyuki. Oh my god, an Amino ad! Oh my god, it's been so long! Do y'all remember Amino? Oh my god, I had one! Wait! Oh, I remember Amino. Anyway, okay, just show me what you're doing. Okay. Okay, so this person is saying this also detangles the wig. Like, if you have a wig that's tangly, you can do this and it will help detangle the wig, but also prevent it. This one is
Hi, Jack. Have a great night.
How much water? Okay, they just say enough to cover
I appreciate you. Have a great night. Thank you so much.
Enough to cover the wig and a cap. Yeah, 6 hours or overnight. Okay, we're already... So, Arda says an hour. Iwasaka Miyuki says overnight. Let's see what else do we got? D-Shine. Okay, this is from Laney in Wonderland. Okay, no intros, please. 24 hours! What is this? Why? Why is this everything so inconsistent? Okay, so this is about de-shining the wig. Okay. I don't feel like I feel any more confident in what the fabric softener is going to do to the wig. I feel a little more confident in knowing how much fabric softener I'm supposed to use, but for how long you soak the wig, that was all over the place. So I do think I'm going to go with Artawig's recommendation of the 30 minutes to an hour instead of the 24 hours. And I'm also going to rinse out of it, just like Artawig said, because we want to give this the best chance it is. Just because I don't think this is going to do anything doesn't mean it won't do anything. So I'm going to finally get some fabric softener and we're going to do this. So we might already be off to a bad start because I went to the Dollar Tree to get fabric softener and this is all they had, some non-name brand fabric softener with what looks like a much smaller cap than what anybody had in any video I was watching. But to try and help this be like more scientific, I got out the food scale and the bucket is back. And I'm gonna measure how much water I put into the bucket and how much fabric softener goes into the bucket. We're doing this in milliliters because the imperial system when it comes to measuring weight. Okay, a cap full from this bottle is 57 milliliters. I keep doing this. 60. Okay, 60 milliliters. I'm gonna fill this with water and see how much water we get. Okay. This straight up might overload the food scale, but 4,420. Oh my god. Let's go! I'm gonna mix it up now, but I'm gonna put on gloves because I don't want this on my hands. That just doesn't seem like a thing I should get on my hands. I should have gotten a towel. I'm gonna go get a towel. Towel acquired. Okay, I guess let's dunk her in there. I'm gonna let her soak for an hour, but here are some of my thoughts. So this says to use half a cap for medium loads of laundry. I will try to look up how much water is in a load of laundry, but I think we can both imagine that it is more water than 4,420 milliliters. So already we're using way more fabric softener in ratio of water than what you would use for actual laundry. But the big three things we're gonna be looking at are, is the wig less shiny? Is it gonna tangle less than the control wig? And is it softer? All right, it's been an hour, so I'm gonna dump her out, wrap her up in a towel, and then hang her to dry overnight. And then we can get to tangling these wigs scientifically. Okay, so this one's finally dry. My initial thoughts are it is not like gross feeling like I thought it would be. I would not say right off the bat that it is softer than the other wig. The first thing I want to test is the validity of the claim that putting fabric softener on the wig helps prevent it from tangling. So I'm gonna try to, as scientifically as possible, tangle both the fabric softener wig and the control wig the same amount. And for some reason I decided that that test was going to be running up and down the stairs in the wig. Yeah, I didn't last very long doing that. So then I decided to just kind of stand there and swish the wig, and I tried to do this for 10 minutes and then I quickly got bored. So that part of the test is only going to be 2.5 minutes because I just thought there has to be a better way. Okay, don't try this at home. I put the dryer on the no heat setting, and don't worry, even though this was chaotic, I did do the same thing to both wigs. Both wigs got ran up and down the stairs 10 times.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
They got swished for 2.5 minutes, and then they got thrown in the dryer for 2 minutes by themselves and 1 minute with a towel because throwing them in there by themselves hardly tangled them at all. So now I have 2 tangled wigs. This one is the control and this one is the fabric softener, and just by looking at them, the fabric softener already looks tanglier than this one. I feel like it's very tangly up through here, but this one looks more tangly down at the ends. I don't know, maybe throwing them in the dryer isn't super scientific, but now I'm gonna do the next test, which is to brush them out and see how long that takes. But I'm also gonna keep track of how much hair ends up in my brush. So after each wig, I'm gonna take the hair out and I'm gonna weigh it. I'm gonna start with the control and then we'll do the fabric softener. I do have a couple wig detangling tips I will share with you though. So the first thing is put it onto something that's not gonna tangle it. Usually the first thing people gravitate towards is a tripod, but a tripod has little knobbies, little screws in it, and the wig is gonna get stuck on those and get attached, and you're gonna get really annoyed. So what I like to use is my dress form stand. They also make those things that clamp onto the table. I don't love those because I feel like I get more freedom of wig with this. The next thing is you need to secure it to the wig head, and you can do that with just sewing pins, which is fine, but they're not very strong. You can also buy big pearl pins. Those are also fine, but what I'm gonna use is stronger. The third thing you can buy is little T-pins. Those suck. They get tangled in the wig. Don't buy them. What I use is these. These are straight hairpins. Now these are relatively hard to find. I buy them at Sally's, but they're the best wig pins both for keeping the wig on your head and keeping a wig on the wig head, because they don't have any balls on the tips and they're straight, which means you can stick them through the delicate lace of a lace front and it won't rip your lace. I got this tip from, I don't even know if he makes videos anymore, but Bobby Pins. He makes like drag wigs. I don't know if he still makes YouTube videos, but I used to watch a lot of his wig YouTube videos, and he recommended these, and these are the best pins in the world. I have friends that have worked at Disney that stole a bunch of similar pins from Disney. They're really great for keeping the wig on the head because there's two of them, so you can do that. The next thing is I am gonna use a brush. I feel like every time you see people talk about how to detangle wigs, it's like, use a wide tooth comb. I've done that, and I prefer this brush, but this isn't this isn't just any brush, okay? This is the wet brush. If you have one of these, you know what I mean when I say I will not brush my hair with anything but this. This is also what I use on wigs. And then how do you actually detangle it? You just brush it, that's it. Obviously starting from the bottom is a good idea, but I don't always do that, and often is fine. I am going to brush these out to the point where you could like run your hands through them, but I think there's a big misconception that wigs have to be that way, because they don't. As long as you don't have any like big, oh, I forgot to time this. Science is ruined, where's my phone? The science isn't actually ruined, I can just look at how long I brushed that for in editing. So I won't know what the final number is until I edit this, but you'll see it on the screen. But we'll go with what I start with here. Okay, start! As I was saying, the misconception is that wigs need to be brushed to the point that you would brush your own hair. But in reality, it is actually good to have a little bit of tangliness in the middle of the wig, because that just means there's volume in the middle of the wig. Often what you get, the tangliest part, especially when you're wearing the wig for a long time, is you get a lot of tangling on the bottom side of the wig where it's been touching your back. The thing is if the wig is tangled at your back, nobody can see it, so it doesn't really matter. And so the way I usually brush my wigs is actually just by doing this, just lightly on the outside. And to me, this is a perfectly presentable wig. There's still some tangly bits in there, so for the sake of science, I'm gonna keep brushing. Okay, I can run my hands through that. I would say that's done. So that took 3 minutes and 20 seconds, and I will give you the actual number here in editing, but I'm gonna assume this was like 4 minutes. So for me right now, I'm gonna assume this wig was 4 minutes. I'll put the actual time on the screen. I'm gonna take the hair out of the brush and I'm gonna ball it up so we can weigh it, but that's how much hair we got. So now let's do the fabric softener. Actually gonna time this time. Okay, we're going Go. I really don't understand how this got so much more tangled. The control wig, I felt like I had a hard time tangling it. Running up and down the stairs, I felt like did nothing. Swooshing it, I felt like did nothing. And then when I put it in the dryer without the towel, it also seemed like it did nothing to the control wig. But this, when I opened the dryer to put the towel in, I was like, that already looks dup. Okay, I think we're almost there. 4 minutes and 42 seconds. Get the hair out of the brush. That's how much hair we have for this one. And I will weigh those. Oh, this one is the control. This is the fabric softener. I won't know for sure how long that one took because I did not actually take the time correctly, but we'll have that on screen and I will present who won the detangling test. The next thing we're gonna do is, as scientifically as possible, and I have kind of a fun method to do this with, is see which one is shinier. Okay, I'll explain this as I show it to you, but this is my scientific shininess test. So I'm gonna go back over here. So I have the wigs set up on the mat in the same place, and then if I go over here, I have my 2 lights that are the same lights set up equidistant from the wigs, and then I have my old camera set up to film the screen on my new camera. So I'm recording the back side of the camera so that I can see these indicators. These are called zebras. These are a feature that the camera uses to tell me, the user of the camera, that that part of the image is overexposed. So if we look at the wigs in the actual shot, you can see, you don't actually see that in the actual camera, but if we look at the actual screen, we can see the zebras. So this one here is the fabric softener, and this one is the control. Now this is obviously not super scientific, but we are getting a little more zebras on this wig, but I'm gonna go over there and I'm gonna spin them around a little bit. I'm gonna hold up some other wigs. I'm gonna put my own hair in the shot so we can kind of compare. For the most part, especially just like by eye from without the zebras, they kind of look exactly the same. So to compare the shininess to another wig, I have an Arda wig in a similar color. That's what that looks like. And this is what my hair looks like compared to it. So I'll let you decide. They look pretty similar to me. Seem like they have about the same amount of zebras, so I would say that fabric softener does little to nothing to do anything to the shininess. So the next thing I want to know is, does the fabric softener in the wig affect how well the wig can be styled? So I'm going to style both of these in the same way. And the first thing I'm going to do is curl both of them. My preferred method of curling is to use mesh rollers, which are these plain little rollers with a plastic coating that have a metal spring in the middle of them. They don't have any Velcro, they don't have anything to hold the hair onto the curler, they're just a little roll. I like them because they're not going to snag onto the hair. They don't make any weird kinks in the hair the way a foam roller does.
Hi Nano, how are you?
Bar on it.
And yeah, I'm updating my throne. I didn't realize my affiliate anniversary was coming up in November.
And it's a really easy method because all you got to do is get a piece of the wig
on the 30th for Twitch, so I was like, okay, I'll just update this
like any other curl,
in case anyone wants to get me any stream outfits or anything.
Just by sticking them
I'm in the cosplay section, but it's showing me clothes, but I'm okay with that.
2 pearl pins per curler.
Ooh, this is cute.
Whereas with these, you only need 1 pin per curler. Once all of that is curled, I curl it with a steamer. If you do not have a steamer and you are trying to style wigs, absolutely get one. It's the most even heat you can get on the wig because the heat is in the air, so it's traveling into more places than it would with a straightener or a curling iron. It's getting the entire curl hot instead of just the inside of it. The other thing that's great about a steamer is that no matter what you do, You cannot fry a wig with a steamer as long as that wig is made of at least Kanekalon. Kanekalon is a kind of hair fiber. That's what these wigs are made of. You can get plenty of cheap wigs that are made of Kanekalon. Kanekalon can handle temperatures up to 248 degrees Fahrenheit or 120 degrees Celsius. And guess what? Water turns into steam at 212 degrees Fahrenheit. Fahrenheit or 100 degrees Celsius. So no matter what you do with that steamer, you're not going to fry the wig because it just doesn't get hot enough. Arta fibers can go up to 400 degrees Fahrenheit or 212 degrees Celsius, so you can abuse those. But even if you just have a cheap Kanekalon wig, you're never gonna fry it if you're using a steamer. I like to go through one at a time and put some heat onto each curl, and then put a bag over the wig. You want to get a good amount of steam in the bag, stop using the steamer, then seal up the bottom of the bag, and then I'll throw a towel on top to try and keep the heat in, and then you just leave it there, literally for like a day. You want to leave it there because you need it to cool down. Because wig fibers are plastic, so when they're heated up, they're malleable and they can change shape, but they will only stay in the shape that you keep them in until they cool down. And in this case, they might feel a little damp, so you also want them to be completely dry because the water's gonna weigh the wig down a little bit and you want it to be bone dry when you take those out. Okay, well, I only had enough curlers to curl one of the wigs and half of the other wig, so the control wig is only half curled, but I let them cool and dry overnight, so now we can see if the fabric softener affected this wig's ability to curl. I don't know why it would, but I wanted to see if it would. But yeah, now you get to see how nice the mesh rollers curl stuff. And see how easily they just come out? Boop. And you get these perfect, almost perfect little ringlets. If you do smaller sections, you get better curls, obviously. Okay, so here's Miss Fabric Softener wig. I did really big sections, so obviously some of the curls are gonna be like not perfect little ringlets, but she's pretty bouncy. I don't see anything wrong with her. She definitely curled, so I guess, so at least we know the fabric softener does not affect the wig's ability to be styled in this particular way. Though, let's see if the control wig's curls turned out any better. I'm gonna assume that they're just gonna be the same. So here's the control wig, and other than the fact that this one isn't entirely curled, they both look exactly the same. My suspicion was that the fabric softener would affect the hair's ability to be heat styled just because it's an extra coating, but it looks like it did absolutely nothing. Now, will this affect the wig if you crimp it? Let's find out. Okay, fabric softener did in fact crimp. This one is the control, also crimped. So at least there's not like a negative effect. Right now it just seems like it does nothing but make it smell like fabric softener. However, I have one final test that's gonna involve the third wig. So far we've tested to see if the fabric softener has any effect on preventing tangling. We've tested to see if it makes it less shiny, and we've tested to see if it makes it softer. Though I guess I didn't do that, so. They both feel like plastic wigs. I do think this one maybe feels softer, so maybe it does do that. Like, just a hair. Yeah, I guess it does make it a little softer. So I guess that's a thing it does. Anyway, the final thing I want to test is the claim that if you have a very tangled wig, that you can soak it in fabric softener and it will help detangle it faster. The way I'm going to test this is I'm going to take my control wig that has, obviously, I've done stuff too, but it has not been treated with fabric softener yet. And I'm going to take this fresh wig. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take both of these and I'm gonna tangle them beyond belief. This time I'm not trying to simulate your average day at a con. This I'm trying to simulate you threw that wig in your car and you left it in your car for 6 months and it rattled around on the floor with your shoes. We're doing that level of wig damage. I'm gonna take one of the damaged wigs. I'm probably gonna do this one since I haven't done anything to it. And we're gonna soak it in way more fabric softener than I used the first time. I'm gonna leave it in there for 24 hours like one of the videos suggested, and then we're gonna take it out, we're gonna dry it, and we're gonna see which one detangles faster. I'm gonna get rid of the fabric softener wig because at this point she
Hi, Jerome. How are you doing? I'm doing good, thanks for asking. I'm updating my wish list right now. For Christmas, and I have my affiliate anniversary on the 30th of November. I didn't realize. Dress is really cute. Ooh, this one's cute too. What type of things did you put on it, Jerome? Welcome back, Frostwolf. Nice room. Where'd you put your wish list on Throne or Amazon? Yo, what's up, Inferno? What's up, Bait? How you doing? morning, Tim. How you doing? Things are good here, Inferno. Thanks for asking.
Yo, on the block with a pack, moving fast, no slack. Money on my mind, got a stack, got a stack. Sipping lean, puffing green in the trap, I relax. Running from the cops, ain't no stopping, that's a fact. Drugs, sex, money, that's the life we lead. In the streets we hustle, gotta satisfy our greed. Fast tempo, aggressive, we move with speed. K-drill life, it's all about the creed. In the whip, swerving lanes, dodging fence, playing games. Stacks on stacks, count cash, ain't no shame. Gotta hustle hard, gotta grind for the fame. In this concrete jungle, only the strong claim. Drugs, sex, money, that's the life we lead. In the streets we hustle, gotta satisfy our greed. Fast tempo, aggressive, we move with speed. K-drill life, it's all about the creed. From the ends to the blocks, we run the streets. No time for sleep, gotta chase the
What's up, Watch the Game? How you doing?
on the edge where the danger meets. In this game of life, we compete, we defeat. Drugs, sex, money is the anthem we sing. In the heart of the city where the sirens ring. Fast tempo, aggressive, hear the drill bells ring. In this life we live, only the strong kings. Yeah, we rise, we grind out here, no sleep. Cash flow, dreams big and deep. We lead nice city lights, gritty pace, never slow. From the bottom, now we up. Watch the crude glow, stacking wins, no sins, pure hustle in our veins. Every loss a lesson learned, triumphs in these gains. Yeah, we rise, we grind out here, no sleep. Cash flow, dreams big and deep. We leap, speed like a chase, but I'm racing my fate. Heavy is the crown, but I'm owning this state. Goals on my mind, no time for fake. Legit on my grind, I seal my own fate. Fast lane, high stakes, never tap the brakes. On my grind all day, whatever it takes. Climb striving, reaching new heights. Turning my days into legendary nights. Yeah, we rise, we grind out here, no sleep. Cash flow, dreams big and deep. We leap from dusk to dawn, ambition never rests. UK drill in my heart, beating through my chest. Just wanna wait. In the ends, we chase that dawn. Move fast, never slow. Big stacks, watch 'em grow. In the shadows, eyes glow. Money talks, hear it, we roar. Pedal down, we soar. Life's a game we score. Always hungry, wanting more.
I'm just looking at what Throne has. Adding some stuff to my Throne wish list. Thank you. I've had it for a while. I wonder if they have any pipes or bongs on here. Thanks for the follow, Tugger. Welcome in. Doing good, thanks for asking, Watcha.
Whip it fast, stack it up, never slow. Packs on packs, watch 'em grow, watch 'em go. Dark tint whip, we ride low. Cash over chat, that's the code we uphold. Money talks, money walks through the night. Streets are ours, flash the lights, hold it tight. Never catch us, we too slick, out of sight.
The butterfly! I gotta get the butterfly! I gotta get it!
Calculated, that's a must. That's from feds in the dust, never bust. Life's a game, play it hard, win or bust. Money talks, money walks through the night. Streets are ours, flash the lights, hold it tight. Never catch us, we too slick, out of sight. Chasing power, chasing pounds till we right.
On the mornings that's so bright,
Sweetheart, you're the dream that fills my night.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
When the rain pours, you're my shelter. Hold tight. When the rain pours, you're my shelter. Hold tight.
When the rain pours, you're my shelter. Hold tight. When the rain pours, you're my shelter. Hold tight. We can dance in the moonlight, yeah, yeah. We can laugh till the sky's bright, yeah, yeah. When the rain pours, you're my shelter. Hold tight. When the rain pours, you're my shelter. Hold tight. When the rain pours, you're my shelter. Hold tight.
Here beside you feels like I'm new. Alright, right.
You're the light when my world's dark. Hey, you're the spark, you got my heart. Yeah, yeah. When the rain pours, you're my shelter. Hold tight. When I'm lost, you are my guide. Hold tight, hold tight.
Bring your worries, drop your fears, yeah, yeah. Together we can dry those tears.
Just stay with me and we'll see through everything. Yeah, light when my world's dark. Sweetheart, you're the spark, you got my heart. Yeah, yeah. When the rain pours, you're my shelter. Hold tight. Angels keep falling on these city streets. Heartbeats fast, feels like a symphony. In the darkness we'll find our way tonight. Lost in the rhythm, we're gonna take flight. Every step I take, the sound surrounds me. Drum and bass vibrations, they sound me. Captivated by the beats that guide my soul. In this liquid world, we're losing control. Oh, it's the bass and bliss that guide my soul. And in this liquid world, we're losing control. Pulsating baselines,
trade. Big stacks, no cap, watch the paper rain. Dark night, street fights, we don't feel no pain. In the shadows, we hustle, always on the game. Cash rules, fast moves, out here chasing glory. Night rides, high life, living allegory. All masked up, get the bag, that's the mandatory. Stack it up, double up, it's a different story. See the flash, hear the clash, rubber bands they snap. In the trap, watch your back, no time for a nap. Chasing green, never clean, always set the trap. Grip tight, ride the night, no time on the map. Cash rules, fast moves, out here chasing glory. Night rides, high life, living allegory.
Doing good, Data. How are you?
Get the bag, that's the mandatory. Stack it up, double up, it's a different story. Money, drugs, all the plugs, line it up, let's deal. Risky runs, loading guns, keep it all surreal. Fast life, high stakes, always on the wheel. Push hard, live large, that's the drill appeal. In the cold, stories told, how we break the mold. Silver gold, hearts cold, watch the truth unfold. Stack bills, get thrills, never getting old. This the life, this the drill, everything is sold.
In the quiet of the midnight breeze calling. Hear the whisper through the trees. Every shadow dances when you're near. The world fades and it's just you here. Under starlit skies, you catch my sighs. Feels so right.
I've only had persimmons one time, and it was when a friend made me this like really yummy dessert with them. It was really good. It was years ago. Ube cookies. Oh my god, that sounds so good.
Hand in hand, chase the dawn, just you, me, and all fear is gone. Yeah. You're the melody in my midnight song. Hey, you're the right when everything's wrong. Under starlit skies, you catch my sighs.
Ryakuma apple soda. Ooh, blueberry. Ooh.
Whispers
What the heck is this thing? Hi, Adam. How are you? Thank you for the follow, Indy. Thank you, Frostwolf. I appreciate it. I am feeling a lot better. Thank you so much for checking in. I know I got the munchies looking at all these snacks on this throne. Sounds so good. Okay, I gotta be done. I'll put everything on the wish list. Nom. I wonder if they have.
try out. Been out here, I don't hide out. Made a way, they ride out. Never safe, don't cry now. All of my people died out. Take the stage, my time now. It's about it, we go see. Who the fuck I don't see. For me, need a IV. Pick it up, you don't try me. Tryna play, but he not me. Been away, but I got clean. Took a time when I don't sleep. Anytime, made a routine. Give respect to my OGs. They'll find you if you want me. Even prayer, I holy. Stand down like Kobe. I'm the fuck she chose me. If it's love, just show me. If it's not, just show me.
Could we get to know? What do you mean? What do you mean, Adam? What am I doing? I am stoned adding food to my wish list. What are you doing? What is my name? My name's Cassie. What's your name, Adam? I'm assuming it's Adam.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I'm done shopping. What's up, Data? I'm done shopping. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. Drag me out, guys. Drag me out. I'm trying to find oil paint. I can't find the oil paint. What the heck? Here it is. Oh, on Amazon. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, 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 okay. I'm done. That's it. Get me out of here. I'm done. I'm done. I closed the page. I closed it. Oh, welcome, Data. I appreciate you. I'm gonna go grab a snack, guys, and do more yoga and squats, I think. And probably head out kind of soon. Oh my god, how long was it muted? That sucks. Okay, okay. Done shopping. I play a little bit of FPS games. Used to play COD back in the day. Mainly play the like League or not League, Valorant, Overwatch, Apex. Okay, cool. Okay, I'll be right back.
I'm David Hibbett, professor of mycology. I'm here to answer your questions from Twitter. This is Mushroom Support. Okay, first up from Nicole Simino 3, who says, why do mushrooms have to look like that? I'm trying to enjoy them, but their physique makes me uncomfortable. A mushroom has one function, and that is to liberate spores. The shapes of mushrooms that have evolved through natural selection have been optimized for spore dispersal. So a spore is a cell that's designed.
I'm sorry, would you prefer the ASMR data? How many monitors do I have? I have 2. Time to piss and fart. Oh my god. Okay.
To be disseminated, to be distributed by wind or water or insects or some other means. A bracket fungus like this might produce 1 billion spores a day. A giant puffball can produce literally trillions of spores. And an awful lot of mushrooms have a shape like this, with a cap and a stalk, maybe gills underneath, maybe pores, maybe teeth. And that tells us that this must be the right shape for a mushroom. This must work really well for spore dispersal. Most spores don't make it. They don't end up germinating and forming a new fungus, but the fungus makes many, many spores in order to maximize its chances of reproducing successfully. Sheila Crimmins asks, what's the difference between cremini, button, and portobello mushrooms? Well, the difference is really just a matter of age, because all of these types of commercial mushrooms are the same species, Agaricus bispores. They're all the same thing. They're just harvested at different stages of the life cycle. The classic little white button mushroom with the closed cap is harvested very early in its life, before the cap has started to open, before the spores are mature, so the gills are going to be just a pale pink and not particularly flavorful. Cremini mushrooms are harvested a little bit later on. They've started to turn brown, develop some pigmentation. The cap has started to open, started to turn brown as the spores have matured. And the portobellos are the fully mature Agaricus bispores. The cap has opened up, it's become kind of flattened out. The veils that conceal the gills as they develop have broken away, and the gills have that beautiful dark brown chocolate color. And they've also started to develop a lot more flavor. Fabrice Singer asks, a carnivorous mushroom? How scary is that? So first of all, yes, there are carnivorous mushrooms. In fact, this innocent-looking fungus, the oyster mushroom, is a carnivore. It's also a wood decay fungus. This naturally grows in nature on tree trunks. But this fungus also is able to trap, kill, and consume tiny worm-like animals called nematodes. And it does this at the level of the mycelium. This fungus produces tiny little protuberances off the sides of the hyphae, microscopic little projections from which it secretes a droplet of fluid, and that fluid contains a potent neurotoxin. When the nematode, this tiny little worm-like animal, comes in contact with that neurotoxin, its esophagus, its throat basically, you can see it contort, and then the fungus grows into that nematode and digests it from the inside out. Fuzzy Semi asks, why did mushrooms evolve to have psychedelic properties? You shouldn't assume that magic mushrooms evolved to have hallucinogenic properties for the benefit of humans. In fact, magic mushrooms probably don't care about humans at all. Lots of fungi, and plants for that matter, produce chemicals whose primary function is to deter grazers. In the case of psilocybin mushrooms, I've heard an idea suggested recently that psilocybin may actually interfere with the digestion of slugs. Slugs are major grazers on mushrooms. So if that is true, then it is just a happy accident of evolution that we can get high feeding on what is essentially slug poison. Okay, now we have something from the FunBit project. How do mushrooms defend themselves? Defend themselves against what? I mean, the way that mushrooms defend themselves from animals that would like to eat them is by producing chemicals called secondary metabolites that effectively act as poisons. Fungi also need to defend themselves against other fungi. You can see this in a culture in the laboratory on agar. You can also see it if you take a slice through a log that's been colonized by multiple species of fungi, and you'll see these dark black interaction lines. That's what spalted wood is, which is very highly prized by woodworkers because the fungi, in the process of fighting over turf, make beautiful patterns from the interaction zone lines in wood. The next question comes from Femdom Farm. Do you happen to know if there are any major differences between mushrooms that grow on wood, dead or living, versus mushrooms that grow from the ground? So if a mushroom is growing out of a log, it's a pretty good bet that that's a wood decay fungus, right? If a mushroom is growing out of the ground, it might also be decaying dead organic matter that's in the soil, like buried roots or wood or something. But it could also be mycorrhizal. So mycorrhizal fungi grow in partnership with trees. The fungi deliver mineral nutrients to the trees, and in return, the trees provide sugars, which they make through photosynthesis, to the fungus. LM King asks, how do zombie ants become zombies? I'm going to push back on this question just a little bit because I think it's a misuse of the word zombie. Zombie ant fungi do not reanimate ant corpses. They're what we call necrotrophs. They're fungi that can infect, kill, and then eat another organism, an ant in the case of the zombie ant fungi. But when the zombie ants are dead, they are truly dead, and they are not coming back. RHCM123 asks, could a parasitic fungus evolve to control humans? If you're asking, could cordyceps or one of its relatives make the jump from an insect to a human and control us and kill us? I'm not terribly worried about that myself because our biology is so wildly different from that of arthropods, like insects and so on. Now, it's true that the group of fungi that include the zombie ant fungi have made lots of host jumps, but most of those are host jumps to other kinds of insects, like onto cicadas or grasshoppers or moth larvae or something like that. There are other fungi that I am worried about, however. There's something called Candida auris, which is a yeast related to the yeast that we make beer and wine from. And this is an emerging pathogen that is drug resistant, that crops up in lots of hospital settings, and it's a very serious concern. But I'm not afraid of cordyceps. I'm tired, y'all says, do any of you grow mushrooms at home? How? With a cultivation kit? Is it worth it? Any tips / advice / recommendations? It's tremendous fun growing mushrooms. It's kind of miraculous to watch them emerge from a block of sawdust. If you buy one of the commercial kits, they make it very easy because what you get is a fully colonized block of substrate, which is usually based on sawdust, and you just have to set it up and the mushrooms will come. The challenge is providing the right environment for the mushrooms, and the big challenge there is humidity. Mushrooms like about 90 to 95% humidity in order to fruit optimally. Luke Greensmith asks, fungus is never not nightmare fuel. Why is it neither plant nor animal? Let's just take a step back and point out that not all of life is plants or animals. That's a really old idea. Fungi are on this branch of the tree of life called the Opisthecons, which also contains animals. Plants are very far away in a group that's called the Archaeplastida that also includes algae and so on. Plants also obviously have chloroplasts. They can do photosynthesis, and that's something that both fungi and animals cannot do. So this plants versus animals dichotomy is something that is very old and that we're still working hard to try to overcome. Next question is from Hank Green. Sometimes I think it would be nice to be able to focus on a single thing. But other times I think, what's the biggest mushroom? There are some really big mushrooms out there, but the largest mushrooms are wood decaying fungi that grow on massive substrates like trunks of trees. So for example, here's a wood decay fungus called Ganoderma applanatum. It's also called the artist's conch, and it grows on tree trunks and it gets quite big. Here's another similar one. This is called Phalinus tremulae, or the aspen bracket. So these are pretty big, but these are nowhere near a fruiting body of a mushroom called Phalinus ellipsoideus. That's 35 feet long, and it was discovered on an island in China, on Hainan Island, and it can get that big because it's feeding on a very massive, persistent woody substrate that it can eat and fruit from over many years. Pseudonym Jones says, I really like veiled lady mushrooms because they're pretty and also alien looking, but mainly because scientists are like, cool, right? No idea why it does that. The veiled lady mushroom goes by a number of names. Sometimes it's called the veiled stinkhorn, the bridal veil mushroom, the bamboo mushroom. The scientific name is Phallus indusiatus. So the species name indusiatus refers to a skirt or a tunic. And these fungi make a beautiful lace-like, veil-like structure that hangs down from the fruiting body. We have a pretty good idea for why it looks the way it does, and that is to attract insects. Most mushrooms release their spores into the air and they drift off on the wind and hopefully land somewhere where they're going to germinate, grow, find a good habitat, and eventually make more mushrooms. Stinkhorns exploit insects to disperse their spores. The veil of that veiled lady must be a visual attractant for spore-dispersing insects. And then on the head of the fruiting body, the fungus produces a brown, slimy fluid called a gleba that contains the spores and which smells like feces or decaying meat. It's pretty repulsive, but if you're a fly or a carrion beetle or something, you'll find it very attractive. Lou talks about nature, asks,
Yeah, for sure,
spooky,
Data.
what's
Are
the
you in the
weirdest mushroom
Discord?
in your opinion? For my money,
We have a bunch of different,
the
like, science
spookiest
channels in
mushroom
there.
is something that's called Hydnellum pecii, and the common name for this is the bleeding tooth. What really makes this thing interesting is that it exudes droplets of fluid on the top of the fruiting body that are bright red. So this is a toothed mushroom that looks like it is dripping, oozing blood. Bear Doro says, how can you tell if a mushroom is poisonous or not? Well, sorry, Bear Doro, but there is no simple, foolproof, universal test to tell whether or not a fungus is poisonous or not. You just have to know what you're dealing with. And it's really hard to learn how to identify mushrooms from, say, a book or from websites. The best way to learn how to ID mushrooms is to connect with somebody who's good at mushroom ID and get them to take you out in the woods and teach you a few edible mushrooms. Okay, we have one now from My Real Name who says, mushrooms have 50,000 sexes? How many genders? Most mushrooms, like the ones in front of me here, have 2 different mating genes, and in order for mushrooms to be mating compatible, they have to have different variants
You
of
can
those
just,
genes. We call
send me
those
stuff
alleles.
on-
So the number of sexes, so to speak, is determined by the number of variant
have
alleles of each of
seen
those
both of
mating
those, yes.
genes. The most famous mushroom in which this process has been studied is something called the
This
common
one's just cool
split gill,
because there's
or
like different
Schizophilum
channels
commune.
and it
This
saves the
fungus can
links and
produce
yeah, you
28,000
can interact
unique
with everyone in
sexes.
the
So
community
fungi
too.
are non-binary in the extreme, and the concept of gender has absolutely no applicability in fungi at all. Grace Hall 313 says, how am I supposed to believe my biology teacher when she tells me that humans and mushrooms are closely related? Well, first of all, everybody knows that biology teachers are among the most honest and trustworthy people on the planet. And in this case, she's right. So humans and mushrooms and other fungi and other animals are all in a branch of the tree of life that's called the opisthocons. So when your biology teacher tells you that mushrooms and humans are more closely related to each other than either is to plants, she's got it absolutely right, so you should believe everything she says from now on. Mao CDH13, who says, what part of the mushroom are the spores? I'm so disgusted. Well, first of all, I don't know why you find spores disgusting. I find them beautiful, especially under the microscope. The spores are produced on the underside of the mushroom fruiting body, on the gills or in pores. Individually, you can't see them. They're microscopic, but in mass, you can see them. So sometimes mycologists make what's
I'm
called
about
a
to hop
spore
off
print,
though
where
in a
you turn a
minute
mushroom
here.
upside down and put it on a piece of paper, and then you can see the color of the spores when they're deposited in huge numbers. Now we have something from Sassy
I
Gayroot,
already
who
make it.
says, what is the damn mycelium and what does it do? You can think of it as like the vegetative body of the fungus. And it's really quite a miraculous structure. It's composed of millions of tiny microscopic thread-like filaments that
They're more
mycologists call hyphae, and they
closely
radiate
related to humans than humans are to plants, is what he was saying.
out into the substrate that the fungus is growing through. The substrate could be soil, wood, a loaf of bread in your kitchen, your toenail. This is the part of the fungus that explores its environment, captures territory, captures resources,
yeah, I do that stuff under a
fights with
different
other
name though,
fungi,
Data.
and mates. So the mycelium is really quite an amazing and important phase in the life cycle of a fungus. RSOC
But if you
Publishing,
go
which
to my
is
website,
Royal
you should be able
Society
to find it.
Publishing, asks, can mushrooms talk to each other? It depends on what you mean by talk. So obviously mushrooms do not vocalize, but they do communicate in some way, and they communicate biochemically. So when mushrooms bump into each other, when the mycelia of two different mushrooms interact, they have to figure out who they're dealing with. Maybe they're bumping into another member of their own species with whom they might like to mate, or they're bumping into a different species and they're going to fight with that other individual. And so they're going to exchange biochemical signals and recognize self, non-self, mating compatible, not mating compatible. I don't know if you consider that talking, but they certainly do exchange information biochemically to determine who they're dealing with. Pneumacia says, there are bioluminescent mushrooms? Yes, there are bioluminescent mushrooms, and they are totally cool. We have come to understand a lot about the biochemistry of how they produce that light. It's an enzymatic reaction that does it. A more mysterious question is, why they do it. It could just be a metabolic byproduct. It could have no function at all. But there have been at least a couple of studies that have suggested that in some cases, that light might actually help to attract insects that might carry off the spores. Legalized Shroom 1 has two questions. Why am I in this tyrannical police state called the US? And why do magic mushrooms grow on cow poop? So I cannot help you with the first question, but for the second one, I will say that there are lots of fungi that grow on animal dung. We call those coprophilous fungi, so dung-loving fungi. Dung turns out to be a really nutritious substrate for a fungus. It's got lots of nitrogen compounds, it's got sugars, it's got carbohydrates. It's a great place to be a coprophilous fungus. Rosie Boyd asks, why do mushrooms grow in circles? That shit is so cute. We call that a fairy ring. And in the olden days, people thought that fairy rings represented places where the fairies or the elves had been dancing, and people were nervous to step into the middle of a fairy circle. Now we know that the reason that mushrooms often fruit in a circle like that is because of the structure of the mycelium. So the mycelium, that network of filaments that makes up the vegetative body of the fungus, all other things being equal in a uniform environment, will grow out in a circle. And that's how you get a fairy ring. That's how you get that circular arrangement of mushrooms. Bredjamin 201, how many species of mushrooms are there? You know, we've been studying fungi for centuries, and you would think that by now we would know how many species of fungi there are on the planet, but we don't. So most of the mushroom-forming fungi are in a group that's called the agaricomycetes, and there's about 30 or 35
Honestly, yummy food, creating art, nature, little mushroom here and there.
5,000 described species of agaricomycetes. But if you look at all of the fungi together, including molds, yeasts, mildews, plant pathogens, and so on, there's about 145,000 described species. The number of species that actually exists on Earth is certainly much, much larger. Some people think that there might even be as many as 165 million species of fungi on the planet. So what that means is that if you're interested in mycology, it's a great field to make lots of new discoveries, and for me, that's very exciting. Todd G. Baker asks, mowed my grass yesterday evening. This morning, this lone mushroom had appeared. How can anything grow so fast? And the answer is that some mushrooms can grow very rapidly by absorbing water and inflating their cells. Probably when he mowed his lawn, the primordia, the little structures that are going to give rise to the fungus, were already there waiting for the right conditions to absorb water and push up a mushroom. So now we have something from Learning with Ms. A, who says, our science-wondering question today, how do mushrooms decompose organic matter? Can they decompose inorganic matter? When you say organic matter, I assume that you're talking about something like wood, leaf litter, something like that. Fungi decompose that kind of organic matter by growing into it with their hyphae, those filaments that make up the mycelium, and they release digestive enzymes into the material they're going through, digest the organic matter around it, and then absorb the small molecules that are the breakdown products of that digestion. And that's not terribly different from what we do, except that we digest our food inside our bodies, whereas fungi digest their food outside their filaments with these secreted enzymes. To a scientist, organic compounds are just carbon-based compounds, including a lot of things that you might not think of as organic, including coal, oil, various petroleum products like plastics, and also some pesticides, polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, which can be very nasty pollutants in the environment. And some fungi, in particular white rot fungi, which are a kind of fungi that decay wood, have been shown to be able to break down those kinds of organopollutants, at least in the lab, and that's driven a lot of interest in what's called mycoremediation, the possibility that we could use fungi in the environment to clean up some of the messes that humans have left behind. Sushi Fox Zero says, why is everyone obsessed with mushrooms all of a sudden? Is there something I'm missing? Everybody should be obsessed with mushrooms. Mushrooms are incredibly beautiful, incredibly diverse. They play critical roles in the ecosystem. Some of them are delicious, some of them are deadly, some of them are hallucinogenic. And another great reason to be interested in mushrooms is because of the people, the huge community of amateur mycologists and community scientists who get together and form mushroom clubs and go out and do forays and grow mushrooms, and they're eager to share what they know. You should join a local mushroom club, and there are dozens of them all over North America, and then you too can become obsessed with fungi. Okay, that's all the questions. Hope you learned something. Thank you for watching. Until next time.
couple things he didn't say is there are radiotrophic mushrooms, and there are also mushrooms that eat plastic, I believe. Those are two really fun facts.
Don't worry, this isn't the plot of The Last of Us. I know the fungi there are creepy, and thanks to the new TV series it has really shaken the zombie apocalypse standards. So long, viruses! But this time, I will tell you a bit about some nicer fungi. The ones that could, in the future, help humanity. As they did a lot of times before, like with penicillin for example. But how did we get from Chernobyl disaster to reducing radiation exposure effects in
That sucks,
astronauts
Jada.
thanks to the fungi? Today we will speak of something that may sound like out of the planet. Since we discovered ionizing radiation, we thought that it was basically destructive or, at best, disruptive, having in mind humans or other living organisms, that is. But there were voices questioning the assumption. After all, life does not tolerate void. There were theories that there should be some organisms living off or at least using it for their own benefits. That theory was called radiosynthesis. Its creator, Russian microbiologist Kuznetsov, described it as a metabolism of ionizing radiation. If it brings memories of another process, photosynthesis, that's good. Known to you probably thanks to biology class in primary school, photosynthesis is a process that could be roughly explained as the one which allows them to convert light energy into chemical energy. Thus, it's one of the basic ones to plants which help them proliferate and grow. Radiosynthesis was suspected to work almost exactly the same way, but there were no evidence. In 1950s, when the theory was first introduced publicly, no known organisms could perform it. That changed thanks to one of the most destructive human-made disasters. Yes, the Chernobyl event. In years following it, researchers always found the place very interesting. Its tragic history was, of course, one thing, but what happened was already done, so at least they could use the outcome for some kind of benefit to the science. Thanks to that interest, in 1990s they discovered hundreds of fungi that were apparently feeding themselves with radiation. They were found in close proximity to the reactor, on the walls of the reactor room and in the contaminated soil. The astonishing thing was pretty much exactly what you could expect. How the hell did those fungi endure in such an unfriendly environment? Well, to be honest, we know quite a lot of extremophiles, so organisms that basically don't mind or even prefer extreme environments, such as inside of the
I'll make a
volcanoes.
video about
But
that,
some
Kyle. I get
researchers
asked it a lot.
propose that maybe we should look at those fungi in a different way, not trying to understand how it grew despite the radiation, but using the radiation. There was little life there, which fungi could proliferate on, so scientists had a hard time telling how exactly did they grow if their usual menu wasn't available. They were also found in other areas,
What's up, Aether?
exposed for example to very intense ultraviolet radiation. So, as you
Yes,
see,
I am,
there was
Hassan.
something
I
fishy
made
going
one,
on there. Again,
a short
the
one.
appearance
It's
of
on my channel,
radiosynthesis
but
was
I
only one
got
of
this
the
one, and I'm
explanations.
gonna make a longer one
Probable?
soon.
No doubt, but scientists still needed hard proof. But there was a growing interest in finding that proof, or at least learning that radiosynthesis is still only a theory, in the worst case scenario. And the Americans entered the chat. A team of researchers from the Albert Einstein College of Medicine of Yeshiva University in New York began their tests, experimenting with those organisms. They exposed melanized fungi to radiation and found out that it actually boosted the growth of the fungi.
I actually have a video of me getting this one too on my channel.
Crucial to this whole equation, increased the fungi metabolic reactions. This isn't something very odd. Melanin has been referred to as fungal armor, acting as a protection agent for microorganisms against a huge spectrum of toxic factors. There's also another word for fungi that eats radiation. They are called radiotrophic. As I said before, they are not only resisting the radiation, but they are actually using it to stimulate their growth. We can basically tell today that radiation and melanin are crucial to this, but we can't yet tell how exactly this works. Fungi can be mixing up many different processes like radiosynthesis, photosynthesis or chemosynthesis along the way. So far we only know that they are capable of using the radiation to their benefit, but it will probably take years before we will be able to precisely tell how this happens. But we are getting closer. Since its discovery in 1991, researchers have already patented the method of increasing the melanin content to enhance the whole process. And thanks to their discoveries, they even moved the theory further. They hypothesized that radiosynthesis could have played a huge role in the early development of life on Earth. But here comes the astrofungi. Since 2018, NASA is conducting various experiments, including those on ISS, so International Space Station. They want to check if the rod-munching fungi can act as a barrier during out-of-Earth missions. But since we are talking about using those organisms to our advantage, they could potentially help not only in outer space. Of course, it could take years or even decades before we'll get any actual results, but these fungi are already looked into, for example, as a new food source. And don't imagine them being deep fried in a KFC coating, but researchers are trying to figure out if the fungi could be used as, for example, high-altitude biofuel or a nutrition source. One of the other hypothesized uses is cleaning their radioactive waste. You get it, right? People don't like radiation, fungi like radiation. People have radioactive waste, but don't want it, and fungi don't have radioactive waste, but could want it. So, win-win situation. The last idea is especially intriguing, as the mentioned American scientists discovered that those fungi grow a lot in an environment where the radiation level was 500 times higher than normal. Even a short exposure around 20 to 40 minutes almost instantly altered the chemical properties of melanin and increased some processes that involve it in those fungi. I only hope that we won't wake up to see some 100-meter tall walking and talking angry fungi. I mean, come on. Godzilla is enough. As it always is, the
Mushroom
nature doesn't
Godzilla?
like lack of balance. The radiation-growing fungi grew slower than its regular cousins when there wasn't any radiation source.
Okay, guys,
or at least when
we're
the
about to do
radiation
a
levels
raid
were basically normal.
in
This
Twitch.
may also mean that, however, those fungi adapted
Get in
to
the
living in
Twitch
such
chat,
a hostile
guys.
environment. They actually had to pay some price for it. And without the extreme part, they are just less active, and they are
We're
not
gonna
as
read
good
Ferret
at
software.
getting food from more neutral sources as their other family members. Another interesting fact is that in 2007, one of the scientists looking into our rat-friendly fungi told Scientific American that in various commercial nuclear reactors, the water used in the facility, the radioactive one, becomes contaminated with melanotic organisms with black pigmentation. So, very similar to Chernobyl fungi. Well, if we will use them and feed them with radiation, let's just hope those fungi won't revolt at some point in the future and won't claim some radioactive planet in the nearest neighborhood. That's it for today, guys. I hope you like this kind of popular science videos. We enjoyed making it, so let us know if we should prepare more. Take
Alright,
care,
thank you guys so
and
much
see
for
you next
hanging
week.
out. Goodbye. Much love to you guys. Thank you, Hassan. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for all the love today, guys. We're rating Ferret Software on Twitch. Go say hi and support that stream. Much love, guys. I will be back probably tomorrow or later today. Okay, bye.
When you think about